Hello, hello. There we go. There we go. Our chat should be working. Let's see. Hi, youngin. Good to see you. Hey, Minx on YouTube. Sorry, my combined chat isn't loading right now, so I'm just getting around to it. Let me refresh this. How's everyone doing? Thanks for joining the chat, youngin. Minx from YouTube. Kickoff had a lot of upsets, huh? It did. I mean, it did based on our previous expectations, but obviously lots of new rosters as well. But I mean, yeah, we'd have to call them upsets, right? Because regardless of roster changes or not, I don't think anyone was sitting there being like, well, Carmine Corp's 100% like winning, or Gen G is 100% winning. Like, I don't think anyone thought that. So it's definitely upsets. But I think they're exciting upsets, right? It's not like a whoa, like how in the world did this happen? It's like, oh hell yeah, some new challengers. What's the first VOD for tonight's torture session? Well, we're gonna figure it out together. If there are any like matches or teams from the Pacific subregions that you would like to recommend, I'm down for it. I was planning to kind of go through the lists and pick some stuff out, but I just didn't have time. Yesterday after the stream, went out to just grab a bite with my wife, and then this morning was taking care of some things, making sure I got the upload up for my tier list, which I should put that through my Nightbot. So let's do that real quick. I gotta figure out I keep forgetting I have to figure out a thumbnail for my live streams, huh? Pause this. Okay. Originally, I was thinking some of the regions that don't have that aren't, I don't know what I'm seeing, chat. Has there been anything particularly exciting or interesting from the Indonesia split? Madrid predictions. I just posted the tier list that we did on Wednesday on YouTube, so if you want to go check that out real quick, my thoughts are there. We did a tier list, and then we did our prediction for who I think will win it. Spoiler alert, it's not a Pacific team. But honestly, I think this is gonna be the toughest Masters to predict. Like, I think anything is acceptable and everything is doable. Wait, Boom Esports don't... No, that's... No. Wait, what? Dude, wait, what? Why aren't Boom's Challengers League matches on their stats? Oh, no, it is... Oh. No, it's just written weird. The ordering is just weird. That's what it is. Weird. Oh. Give me a second. Still have my Premiere open. Let's close that. Make sure it's not eating up more resources. Let me also, before we get into the swing of things, let me tweet out that we're live. I'm so bad at all of this, chat. Why am I so bad at all of this? Let's see. Let's tweet. A few games to follow, to review. From Valorant Challengers. So what's the, are we doing, what's like the tag everyone's sticking with now? Is it VCT Challengers? Is it Valorant Challengers? It's crazy that they were like, by the way, it's not VCL. I'm like, but it's literally called the Valorant Challengers League, is it not? Or at least the VCT Challengers League? So then wouldn't VCL be okay? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, literally all of these say Challengers League. I'm so confused. We got a few games to review from... All links in bio. Do. Let me put it on Instagram as well. Bottom, VOD review dungeon time. Hashtag Valorant Challengers Pacific regions. All right, there we go. Let me link it. Philippines? Which match, which team we thinking about? I mean, if we do Philippines, I am very curious how Analysis continue to look. The first week, Analysis matches looked really good. So... me a second here. But are there any matches or whatnot that we're curious about? Let's hold on. I'm so bad at posting on social media while doing something else. I don't know how people do it. Or oh wait, I saw that Orgulus 121, right? Oh, that might be worth looking into. Uh-oh, the buzzing's coming back. Let's see. There we go. What's my link? Chat, twitch.tv. Or YouTube. Or Afrika. Any of you guys use Afrika? I feel like Afrika like has like a pretty big cult following in Southeast Asia, but I'm not quite sure. Boom. Okay, all right, now full focus. There's probably a way to automate the social media. There probably is, actually. There probably is a way to do that a little bit more normally than sitting here and having you guys stare at me being an old man for 15 minutes. 6:13 sunset, 13:09 lotus, 5:13 breeze. Actually, well, Instagram stories, yeah, it's a little harder for sure. Hey, what's up, potatoes? Hold on, I'm gonna tweak the cable again and see if it fixes the audio. It did not. It might just be a bad cable. Or I might try line in, line out instead of digital. I only use Afrika for Valorant, but I'm also in an ace and I'm well, yeah, it's but I feel like they've actually put in a lot of effort to expand their business in Southeast Asia outside of Korea. And then for Korea, I know that they're trying to really like rebrand themselves as a notable like gaming streaming platform and not like a, for lack of a better term, you know, explicit platform, I guess. Not that that was ever their intention. Their site just kind of became that way. With poor regulation, I would say, but so I know they're trying to like rebrand as well in Korea, and what's funny is they're actually I saw the article, they said they're gonna rebrand in Southeast Asia first and then bring the new brand to Korea. So yeah, so I don't know. I'm just very curious about what the use of it is in Southeast Asia, like with the viewer base. anyway. All right, first of all, let's do a quick review of how things are looking across the different regions here. So Philippines, Old Stinky Cat is currently up. Who's on Old Stinky Cat? I don't think I recognize any of these guys. This has Senor Carl and Giant Sanity. The buys. Valhalla has EJ. How's Valhalla doing? Oof, not so hot, which is a darn shame. Dude, wait, what? What is first Mega Saver? Is anyone from the Philippines? Not as in, wait, what? How is, wait, what? Oh, did they rebrand? Oh, first Mega Saver sponsored the bias or the buys. I don't know how you're supposed to read that. It's their team. Wait, but like, no, but what is it? Is it a store? Because it looks like a store, and then it says appliances, gadgets, and furniture. Is it like a Home Depot? That's kind of crazy. I mean, Naus is doing fine. How is Oasis doing? Oasis 4-2, but they lost to Naus, so that's one of their losses. Huh. Indonesia's gonna start in 1 hour. Are you gonna watch it? I don't have rights to it, and I didn't originally apply either. But it seems like I did a follow-up email, but listen, most of the split ones are ending soon, other than Korea, so... Well, I guess even Korea's technically soon. So I think probably they're not going to get around to it until Split 2 happens. Hopefully we can tune into like Japan playoffs and stuff. But today we're just going to do VOD reviews. I'm curious on what's going on in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Hong Kong as well. Mostly because the Mongols are going to try to get into this through Premiere. So curious to see how that works. Is one's not Oblivion Force. Wait, what? Oh, this is one. What are they playing? What's Oblivion Force playing? What's going on here? I got anything interesting? Not particularly. But they are winning. All right, this is a team we're interested in. Moving to the front. We'll do now an Old Stinky Cat. Take a look at theirs in a little bit. Japan. Fennel's 5-0. Reject is 4-1. I'm getting all the Japanese rosters. I constantly get them mixed up. So Fennel's Dariali, okay, and Ciuta, okay, yeah. And Veryl's Bangnan and Zenfree Blackwiz, right. Reject is Akame and Gangpin, okay. Yep. Exist has Allow and Cobra. Scars I actually consistently remember. The Bungi brothers are on Sengoku. Urash has Rada, yeah? Okay. Oh, and Northeption's right. Okay. Is Jamin on Northeption? Is that what's going on? No. Where's Jamin at? I forget. Oh, Mahogany is on Northeption. I am curious on how Veryl's doing these days. Take a look at like these three. Okay, we'll kind of jump around, but I want to look at comps first and then kind of records, and we'll go from there. Is there only one full Japanese team? 2. There are 2. Yeah, but everyone else has, well, 2 imports for Japan, but obviously not within Pacific. Everyone is still, other than Lumo. Lumo's the only actual technical import player if they were to go to Ascension. So they're all fine for Ascension looking forward. So they're all kind of future-proofed. Other than Boom, what are we really looking at here? Is Alter Ego still making waves? 5Clown is a very good name. Alter Ego. Why do I have these all? Why do I have all those open? I'm excited for Alter Ego because they're ready for seeding there. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing for them, for sure. And then here, the Orgulus match, right? Disguise and Orgulus, that's the big one. Wait, where was that? Am I confused? Didn't it just happen? Oh, here it is. Go. I was like looking at DSG's roster, but then like I just like skipped over this one because it wasn't green, but that's because they didn't win. Yeah, I mean, if we watch Malaysia Singapore, I think that's the one just because of the story that's involved with it. And then Thailand, I mean, friggin' what? Full Sense goes 7-0, right? Oh, who did Made in Thailand lose to? Sharper Esport. And then Full Sense, I assume. Oh. Really? Kind of curious about Made in Thailand. I'm obviously curious about that. Ooh, anybody know these players on Sharper Esport? The Lays Core? Yeah? Styron? All right, we'll keep that in our back pocket. I'll keep them in my back pocket. Back pocket. There we go. Okay, I thought we picked out only a few, but we picked out a lot of teams. So let's sort this out, shall we? Let's take a look at what every team is playing. Then go from there. So first of all, okay, matches that I know I want to do is this one. Let's put that past our art list. What did they play here? Sunset, Lotus Breeze. Right, you guys told me that earlier. Sunset, Disguise is running the Breach. They're running Double Controller. And the Sova. Lotus is the standard comp. Breeze. Oh, the You're on both sides. Not Double Duelist. Oh, we got Viper Astra. Okay. And they got wrecked. Okay. Dude, what is going on this side? I think I might want to look at maybe an Ascent game from Hong Kong, Taiwan. It's either Ascent, Sunset, or Lotus, I think, just to get a good first look at him. Everyone's playing Yoru on Breeze these days. That's the way to go. Except apparently Oblivion Force from Hong Kong. No, there's still people that play the old comp here, the Silva KO, which I think is okay. But I think Yoru is completely fine. Like, I think Breeze is the one map where I would consider like Yoru is strong enough to be meta and like consistent enough. I think on other maps where Yoru is being used, it's still kind of a pocket pick, like Bind. The Sunset even a little bit. But it's a big part of it is, again, the cipher, right? So the Euro helps a lot with that. Okay, 13-10. They did lose to one team. And one team was the one that was in Ascension last year. So maybe we do that. Now, what's Nouse playing these days? Anything interesting? Anything new? Skyoru. Okay, they're playing. Well, they played one game of single controller and it didn't go well. Listen, I mean, I don't think. I hate to say that any map is like you absolutely need double control, but it's also just so strong. I mean, it's just like the thing is, like, if you want to play single control, I feel like you have to use the entire map for the entire duration of the round, right? Like I think that's the tough part. Got some Chamber going on. Got some Reina going on. Their Icebox looked good when I watched it in week 1. And they're 5-0 on it. So it's not that shocking. They 13-1 old Stinky Cat? Holy cow. Jeez. Oh, they just stomped on old Stinky Cat overall. First Mega Saver is just... That's just so funny. It's just something about that. There's just something about it. You guys are also playing single controller with a Reina. And it's not going well. Oh, wait, what? No, this is... Wait, what? No. No. Well, no. I mean, no. There could be a reason for it, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Gecko Sky, Gecko KO. Viral. Oh, dope. Okay. Hold on. I'll humor that. I'll humor this idea. I'll humor that idea. They're playing Chamber on Breeze. And they got Raffle stomped by Scars, but they... Well, oh, these were all qualifier games. I mean, I can't... I mean, that... Like, wow. Playing... Chamber on Breeze now is just like, you just absolutely need to hit your shots, right? There's just no other way around it. Well, this will give us a look at both Viral and Fennel, so that's kind of worth looking into. Isn't that triple duelist what PRX ran? But not on Bind. Wait, did they run that on Bind? No. Paper Rex was running triple duelist on Split with the Yoru and not the Reina, which is, it's still crazy, but like, I think that has at least a few more legs than this. It's also there, it's like very clear the Yoru is meant to be a semi-initiator. Like that's where that Yoru slots in so very clearly in terms of both info, initiating, and flashes. Whereas here it's like, I'm not really quite sure where we're going with this. They have played 3 different comps, and they're still winning it. Sticking with the Jet, though. In fact, sticking with a lot of Jet. Oh, they also tried the Deadlock. And then they went with Neon. Oh, this is the one we watched. This is the one where they do the double entry, right? With the breach. Yeah. I remember that now. And that was very well done. Let's close out some of these older tabs. Dude, I don't know why this is listed this way. Is there anything particularly crazy that Boom's doing? I guess there's not too much to look at here. It's all pretty standard, and they haven't had too many games, so we might rest on Indonesia just a bit, because most of the other ones, they're kind of wrapping up their split one towards the playoffs right now. So, hey, what's up, Uzi? We're just picking out some games we want to jump around on for VOD review today from all the sub-regions on Pacific. I just assumed that was the only reasonable explanation for a Triple Duelist. I mean, I can't fault you for that. It is probably the only reasonable. And then this game, the disguised one I have. When was this? Round 2, group stage? Okay. Round of 32 qualifier phase. Triple Duelist here as well with a Phoenix. Oh, they're running the Reyna, and they actually meant it, but it was during the qualifier. Okay. Oof. I don't like it. I don't like the Reyna. I don't like the Reyna on Icebox, mostly because it's just like I just don't see anything other than you couldn't figure out how to make the other comps work for you, and you're just playing for frags. Why is Thailand also listed in a... Oh, no, it's this one, yeah? No, this is a... No. Where is it? Okay. This is VCL 24. Why is it suddenly in... Weird. Okay. Are we watching Korea Challengers today? No Korea Challengers co-stream today, because the only way to do it on Fridays is to get observer rights from both teams. And originally I was considering doing the IAM game, but obviously they are going through their roster change right now, and they just looked so defeated because of it yesterday. So I didn't want to do it today, and the other teams I wasn't confident I could get in contact with them fast enough. So I'll try to get that for next week, and we'll try to do a Friday stream next week, or Friday co-stream. Myth played Phoenix Chet against Full Sense. That's worth looking at, I think. They're also playing... Oh, they lost to Sharper. Well, let's take a look at that, actually. Okay. All right. Let's pause that. Okay. Let's jump around a little bit. Let's start with one of the more recent ones, which is Disguised versus Orgless. Uh-oh. Is this only a Twitch VOD? Which I can't watch? Is there no YouTube channel for this? For Malaysia, Singapore? Oh, that was also just co-streams? That is a shame. Wait, is there just not an official stream at all for 2024? No, there is. Wait, no, I just found it. That's crazy. What? Oh, there wasn't it's kind of like Korea, huh? Give me one sec. My taskbar is freaking out, so let me reboot my explorer.exe. Where's my pen? Boom. Oh, and there's no UI. Yes, of course. Of course there wouldn't be. Wait, is it only... Wait, no, there is UI. I'm so confused. Is there an actual observer, or is this just on auto-observe? No, there is no official stream. It's just the observer, which is, I think, how the Korean League is doing it as well. But it's only following Orgless? Which is, like, fine. It's okay. No, it's not. I think... Is there an auto? I don't know. It's a little funky, but let's see what we can make of it. Okay. So, before we get started, if we look at the comps... What was it? Breach? Single controller on that side? Is it? Where's... Raise, Breach, yes. Omen, Fade. And then it's double controller here with the Sova. Okay. Keep that on 1080. Let's try to get used to 2x speed. So pistol, Orgless. They push out from market for mid, and then they reclaim market very fast. Riza on a very far lurk. Unfortunate that they couldn't get more than one, but... I like this repositioning, though. From Orgless. That was good. There was so much time anyway, so instead of trying to fill the site where you could kind of get flanked too easily on B site. That was good. Okay, so you're using the screen to help control mid a little bit, and then a short. That way you can kind of push out more safely too, because you have a way out. You got the one way. Disguise. Just a set play onto B with a good fault line. They pick up weapons. Oh, that timing's very good from Juicy. Right as the flash comes through. They get the anti-eco and they lost 13-6? Damn. Orgless is okay because of their buys. Last time they're still going to try to just match up and buy. So they'll try to reset this as a bonus. That's the idea here. But that's with the percentage that you win. Trying to go for deeper mid control since you have longer guns. With the screen. There. But even then, unless you're pushing out, like that toxic screen isn't... Still makes it pretty hard to peek into it from top mid. The fault line, but okay, so fault line here. Spike down, B. One enemy. So it seems like it's always smoke off this, fault line here, paranoia here, and then you've got people watching this lane. Mating. Right? No one's watching the further right side. The Haun's there to cover the immediate corner. So there is still the risk of someone peeking out from the left side as you're entering the site, but at least it eliminates the 50-50. One enemy remaining. It's a good reflood by Orgless, though. Vera with an op. On round 4. So it works out. The buy works out for them. And now they reset. That would explain why, despite winning the anti-eco, you couldn't get more rounds. The changes to the site setup is good, because the early rounds they didn't get to do too much of it anyway. That gives them an actual opportunity to check what Disguise was doing with their breach util, at least on the B site. And then obviously, I mean, two very standard ones, but basically no one other than Raze can really get through. So all you do is you dodge the util, which they all did, and then they reflood from market. Vera actually gets into the smoke, so it creates the potential of the 50-50. Dude, where did Riza just go all the way through mid? Oh, he did, just for free. Okay.
Last player standing. I know exactly where you are.
Man. Technical pause? What? This wasn't a live stream? Hold on, I want to look at the start of the round here. Yeah, Winter and Nightfall coming up. Did Grumble get a kill? Because how do you... Oh, he gets the orb for free, I guess? Okay, so... They set everything up to take mid control. The only thing they don't have covered is market, which is exactly where Vera is. He does get taken down. That creates Nightfall. Oh, Grumble actually gets... Nice. That's not a... I mean, that is not an easy kill to peek out from. Granted, the smoke makes it a bit easier, actually, because it's poking in to the sight line, so it makes it a bit easier for him with the high-low and the angle. But still a good kill from Grumble. Oh, and then he gets the kill with the... Well, this is... It's just winning the duels that you need to. Okay. Doesn't have a way out. Redco comes in to support. Yep, they heard the Vandal as well, so they know that there's two members here. Is there a fault line? No, it's just a flash. Good pot flash down low, though. Paranoia was already used. JH, 5 HP. He has a Rolling Thunder. It is kind of insane to me that they just don't use the Rolling Thunder, because you already have this. At least you're holding it, so you could have used it like this way. I mean, they wanted the surefire clear into the site, but does Bryce get hit by the Rolling Thunder here? No, it doesn't seem like it.
Last player standing.
It does. It seems like this was a result of how many times did Disguise play this? It seems like that map being 613 is very much a result of Disguise didn't have too much prepped for this. They played it twice, but once was during the qualifier. Okay, well, so they did have time, but it seems very much a matter of, well, if we have set plays, but not too many variations, and not set plays where we can like chain one set play into two, right? It's always just like we have a set play for the site. See if that changes after the timeout.
Let's make him dance.
Okay. Take mid priority, draws out the drone. Okay, that's fine. You still have tiles control, and that's big. You smoke that off. You're still putting pressure on mid. The market door is closed. Oh, it got open, I guess. Okay, so now they're taking space one by one. Still have 40 seconds. So by the time, like, you'll still have a fault line for the post plant. You have Wayne sitting behind. It's a good lurk. And then the showstopper to open up. But now the question remains on what do you do when you don't have the showstopper?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
So they're still looking to go for a little bit of spread control. This time I think they were trying to see if they could eventually rotate back into B. But Wayne gets picked off early, which gives Orgulus the confidence to push out. I mean, but it's like they... So Wayne pushes on a... Wayne... So it's things like this. It's things like this where it's like Wayne taking... I mean, not even just... He wasn't like sticking to the wall and checking for this corner. But he's trying to take control of... So he's trying to take control of like this. Looking into B. So basically the goal being that you're trying to push them behind this line. But when your team is all still set up to see if, like, they're still contesting this, right? You don't have this in its entirety. In theory, you should be able to, but it's not like you're on this side for the pinch. I feel like if you're taking this at 120, either you should be ready to hit B, or you're like just checking like the cubby so you know you can set something up to clear this part. Or you kind of just wait. Right? You could see if there's still any sort of peak from this angle. Because now with you dying, you still don't have priority on A. They refresh the smoke right away. Because they know they have absolute priority on A. The only thing they're really concerned about is mid. Now flaring gaining the kill helps a lot. But either way, it was going to be a double peak from the other side. So... Orgulus should have always had the opportunity to win that. So now they just say, all right, we send it, we get orb points. Which I feel like if they had just done that from earlier on, they might be in a better place because they could cycle their ults a little faster, but... Hey, Suhyun. Thank you. Well, I wouldn't say I'm underrated. I've only started doing it recently, and I probably should have done it earlier to further my casting as well, but hey, better late than never. This year, I've really made a goal. Like, before, I was just focused on, like, casting better, like, knowing the teams, but this year, I'm really trying to get myself to have, like, a way deeper understanding than I already do. So I'm glad it's helping. I'm glad it's helping. But thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so for once again, Wayne. Yeah, you're just waiting to see if there's a reaction, right? Your trip is already there just to see if there's a push out. Now you know they've had an op for a while. He should have heard that. I believe Vera's... I'm not used to... I've usually watched on 1.5, so I'm not used to looking at the minimap and knowing if they're running or not, but Vera should be running here. Yeah, right as he turns the corner, he starts running. So Wayne should be wary of it. So Disguise should know that a rotate is happening. Now, they were already on the site, and... They didn't have backside control, but the site was given up to them, so they're just going to take the plant, and knowing that Wayne had the lurk. It's just that Orgulus has a fast retake. The snake bite delays it just enough. That allows everyone to get... It's just a flood out. They had their cam still, so they know that it wasn't... They know that backside wasn't entirely taken yet. Though he's not checking with his cam either, which is... Oh, now he does, right? So he scouts it out right before they peek out off the snake bite, see if that pushes them into the backside. Then it's paranoia. And then they should win this round. I don't know if they do.
One enemy remaining.
No. Okay.
You failed.
Wait, was flaring part of bleed as well? There's actually a very variety pool of players that used to be on bleed.
Deploying drone.
Okay.
Right here.
Will you check Challenger League South? Oh yeah. Why did we? I for some reason in my head I thought it was over, but it's not. Right? The playoffs haven't happened yet, right? Or did they for Cup 1? South Asia has its own schedule, so I'm always confused. Keeping track of all the different ones is a little confusing. I mean, you go for a bit of a Hail Mary, doesn't work out. But
Deploying drone.
Orgulus kind of... I mean, they kind of suspected this as well, I think. I mean, which isn't shocking because it's a Rolling Thunder and an Eco, but they don't go for a default where they have a pinch ready, right? They don't go for the 50-50. They're just here to set up the op for the screen, and then you're going all the way back. You're kind of just letting the site happen because you just don't want to get swarmed, because you know that's the only way you're losing this round. And then they buddy up. DZI takes a bit of a lone position, but there was a smoke there. You have the tripwire, so he's just getting ready to get the free kill. He actually get contact, so you have them trapped with the snake bite. That allows everyone else to get ready there, and then do the paranoia and the peek out. Very good comms from Orgulus.
30 seconds left.
Talking about bleed killers, how many times did Retlet join bleed? I feel like 4 times, counting this one. The playoffs for South Asia are on the 16th. Okay, for Cup 1. Okay, so there's a long break. Okay, maybe we'll check out one of the games from there as well. I had checked out the early weeks of South Asia, but catch up with that. Curious to see how our boy Rossi's doing now. He's gotten a little bit more used to the Sova and the initiators.
I'll find you.
Last round with a Rolling Thunder. Orgulus is very ready for it. In fact, they're ready to take some people out with the double trap wire here. It's a good Rolling Thunder though, right? So if you had sent it in here, you're kind of expecting that they would empty this, especially with trap wires and whatnot. There's no reason for Orgulus to be in there, especially when you have the Rolling Thunder. So you just full send it into market, covers the entirety of market. Then the paranoia to make sure that you're not getting picked off on the flight path. The timing on that's very good as well. He actually gets DCI with the showstopper. That's crazy. Hits the back wall. No, it's a good choice from Disguise. I mean, it seems simple, but it's things like this where, because even if you send the Raisin alone here, even off of a Rolling Thunder, they can always just like reflood it. They can reflood from here as well. So, oh, that finisher is kind of crazy on 2 times speed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that Revenant won all 7 of their games. But I'm curious to see how they looked. What was True Ripper's final record? How are they doing? I'm very curious if they'll grow even stronger. I feel like they have the potential to. So Orgulus has a timing here before the fault line comes back. Granted, they don't know exactly what all the other util setup is, but even the aftershock came out as well, so... Wait, what? Oh, this trip isn't great. Because even if you break it, you don't know if they've been... Well, I guess you have the cam. Okay. I'll let it go. Alright, they push out. Now fault line is back. So Orgulus should be ready for this. They're kind of at risk, but...
One enemy remaining.
Where did the fault line go? Oh. Okay, so it's used here, which is why they shuffled back. Okay. They weren't in a position to capitalize on it though, but they do have 2 flashes.
One enemy remaining.
And the double blast pack, so that helps. Their icebox is bad? What, Revenants? Disguise could have gotten 6. I mean, the thing about challengers really is, I mean, I guess technically even in VCT last year, but now that you have the championship points per game, it's a little different. But if you can, like, you just have to hit your peak at the right time. You know what I mean? Like, you just have to grow. You want to make sure you're like in the top pools, and like depending on your playoff systems, like top 2, you want to get the higher seeds, etc. You want to get the buys and whatnot. But if you're there, I mean, it's cool to have a win streak. But if anything, like especially in challenges, I feel like you want to try to kind of push your limits and get challenged before you reach a potentially ascension.
30 seconds left.
Because then you really only get that one shot of that one tournament to make it into VCT, right? So
One enemy remaining.
I do not enjoy horror things, like, whatsoever.
Did I get inside your head?
Did I get inside your head? No, we were just talking about horror things. That's a little scary. The timing of it. What do you think of the solo Sova on Orgulus? I mean, I think it's okay. I don't know if you're going to go with that. I don't know if the Sova is better than the Sky or the Fade on this map. Because I feel like the Fade would give you some more options.
Spike down A.
But so on defense, it doesn't matter as much, right? You're usually just making sure that they're not taking top mid for free. You're usually making sure they don't take market for free. So outside of that, you're probably always checking and holding angles anyway. So you're okay with that. So as long as you have some good recons and whatnot and stuff, and that way you can use your drone early too. And as long as you just keep the recon on a timing for the retake, I think you're okay. On attack, the Sova probably forces you to have to take contact a bit more than if you had a Fade, but solo initiator I'm okay with on this map, right? Because like the paranoia has so many spots where you can have value, and the double smokes help a lot because there's just a lot of 50-50 choke points, right? So the double smokes is in some ways more valuable in my opinion, or at least having a variety of smokes or the availability of smokes.
I know exactly where you are.
But how did they hold on? This is round 16, so it's the buy for buy. Oh, well, that's rough. I feel like Bryce's vision was probably impaired for the majority of that time coming out of both smokes until he literally is about to get shot from Vera right here. But the thing is like Vera is not supposed to be Bryce's kill here, right? You've already peeked out. You're not turning back to get contact. Wayne's already avoiding it. you've used the fault line to make sure you have space. So I think this had to have been like a solo decision of, I think I have a timing because I heard the blast packs and the fault line came out. So if they did land up here, then I have a kill. I don't know if Vera purposely intended to land before the steps or not. That's a different story, but
I know exactly where you are.
but now they basically have to give up back site control. Nightfall does help push out, but
Last player standing. Team ace.
Exhuma? Is that the new one? Is that the new one? I almost shared you Arceus boot camp to get on. I don't know if this comp with the Solo Silva would work against other competition, though.
Dead fool.
I mean, I feel like single drone, no flashes is it's a little rough for this map. Well, actually, flashes, yeah, perhaps not as crazy.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
Isn't it fun watching just teams and their movement, though? Like, this is a big reason why I enjoy casting on Isaiah. I don't know. I just think it's exciting. This is why, like, when I did my tier list, for those of you who are here for it or you watched it on YouTube before joining the stream, is this is why I say, to me, the best team is a team where you can, like, see their brains work, like, through their gameplay. Right? That's exciting. And not to say that other teams aren't thinking, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that other teams aren't thinking. But if you're just doing, like, the bare minimum of defaults, or you're just doing things that just have now become meta, it's like, okay, I mean, like, it's a good setup, right? You've got the lineups, you got the timings, everything. That's not easy. You got the mechanics. That's cool. But then if you can see, like, the team make movements and you can, like, hear their comms through their movement, I think that's exciting. Well, and then there's exciting things like the solo mechanics, like RB's Neon. Yes, that is also true. Or, like, you know, Jing's Rays and things like that. But well, I guess Disguise doesn't win any more rounds, I just realized. I mean, Disguise takes a lot of space A. So the rotate from JH is fine. But they kept market open. And it's see, okay, so it's things like this where in what world, if you have the cam on, in what world should Bryce ever be having to get stressed about watching 180-degree angles? You know what I mean? Well, that time he just smokes it, but then he still turns back around. Was he considering setting up for utility? Maybe, but it's like I mean, you already emptied the site.
Spike planted.
You weren't ready to flood it until JH got there anyway. So I think it's little things like that. I mean, granted, again, at the end of the day, it's like, did you get shot or not, right? That's really what it comes down to. Because maybe if you didn't get shot and you didn't die, then things could be very different. Like, that's always going to be the case in an FPS, but
Match point.
but I think if you're always playing, if you're playing at the top level, you should always just assume that like, you can't say it was because, like, they got a lucky shot, right?
Yeah.
And you can try to shoot better, but again, at the best level, I am very convinced, other than a very few hand-picked number of players, whether you hit the shot or your enemy does really comes down to, did you set yourself up better for the shot, right? Other than, again, the few instances where we see like crazy flicks and spray transfers for like 4 people, a lot of times it's simply, did you set yourself up better for the kill?
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
Wait. Game 1? Where's game 2? Was it? Oh, wait. Why doesn't this have the thumbnail? This is the one disguised wins, yes? Yeah, because it went 2-1. Disguised, they both play standard comp? Okay. They both played the single fade. Double controller, single fade. This is the pistol. It's not quite a pinch, but they just try to buy time with the poison cloud and try to get contact through the door. They come out on top of it. JH did dig a lot of space. And that timing's hard to read from Jay because he was behind the turret already.
Not ready yet.
Except they're all stuck on tree. I mean, yeah, it's set up for tree. And they're actually... No, yep, okay, that's what I was afraid of. But... Wow, that was 3 seconds left? 2 times speed is the goat. Sounded like the spike was literally about to go off. Man, speaking of bleed, Zest and Rella, what are we thinking, chat? What do we think is gonna happen with bleed? Where do you think this is going? Do we think we're going up? Are we going up? I mean, this should be a done and dusted round.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Screen on A. Buy round for disguise. A judge for juicy. Is that an op? Yep, Vera op on mound. So you got that set up. He does have a double blast pack, but it's not an easy exit. B site's kind of given up for free. GCI tries to come back, but wait, whose screen just came? Okay.
I'll come back.
Orgulus should have had a timing there to try to put up the screen and maybe allow DCI to set up another nanostorm at the entrance, but so that's neither here nor there. They emptied it.
Last player standing.
You know, kind of using the B site to their advantage, except they didn't. Man, you think Crazy Guy was the best player? You think Crazy Guy was the best player on Bleed? I mean, I think that's... Listen, I had a lot of hype for Crazy Guy, but I don't know if he was like I don't know if it's easy to say that any one of them was like the best player. But obviously he was the IGL. Oh, you meant Egoist was the best player and then the vocal IGL was Crazy Guy. I thought you meant that all in one. You think Egoist was their best player? I would actually think, as much as I think I was one of the people that really liked the Egoist signing, I would say Egoist is probably the only one that I would like never have considered in the best player of the team list. Not because he's bad, but because he's well, I feel like his biggest value is his consistency. That's a crazy jump, by the way. The blast pack. Oh, well, in kickoff, sure. But even that was only it was really only like the last map, wasn't it? Where he really pulled it up. I mean, I guess that means he didn't tank it in the other maps either, but... This So this nanoswarm would indicate that they're looking to just hold from here and here and delay. But...
There.
I mean, they have longer guns, so I think just looking for that. Or I guess you're holding here. Okay, you have the Omen, and then you're going to TP out. If you have to let that space go, then you'll use the nanoswarm to delay this plant. Okay.
Out of 30 seconds left.
The one way. Oh, they let the pit go up. Wayne hiding just now into baby door is kind of big. Because now they have to worry about that timing. And getting picked off is unfortunate. But was that enough time bought? That's the big question. Yes. Okay. Good movement from Wayne. And a good kill from Juicy. No, I saw that one too, but I mean, the thing is, like, those are obviously very edited and cherry picked, especially like the one on the VCT channel, because that's like all teams.
I'll find you.
I think if a team is releasing their own comms video content, that's like a little bit of a better look into their comms, but even that obviously is going to be pretty edited. But at least there, like, you get a pretty heavy mix of like during executes, like in between rounds, things like that of the team. But when it's the whole league, I mean, it's very cherry picked because you can only fit so many in. I wouldn't read into that too much, but I mean, I would say the thing we can take away from that is, like, Crazy Guy seems to have been a vocal IGL, which doesn't surprise me. So, you know, it seems like if you, alongside myself, if you ever wanted to kind of rate his IGLing as having some good potential, I think that proves that seems to be the case, right? He's not like hesitant. He's not flip-flopping. It's not like there weren't any clips of bleed, you know, things like that in that video. So I think we can take that away, but you got to be careful with the edits. It's hard to say if he's like the only one that's vocal, if they have other protocols in place for comms, things like that. How would you say DSG is looking so far? Disguised? Well, I would say on Sunset, their comp, I think if they're going to play that, they need more. I think they need more. I think they need more adaptability. So it's one or two things. Either they just need to have like way better protocols for taking contact, a la Gen G, so that they can always creep up and then do their set plays for the site, or I would say more similarly to Gen G, they should feel comfortable using their utility earlier on Sunset with a breach to take space and then execute onto the site with contact with just like one flash or two, right? So that's that. Lotus hasn't looked too great either, but they end up winning this map if I'm not mistaken. I mean, honestly, I will say this. They are below my expectations. Granted, I had high expectations. Mostly just because of Juicy, but I think this map seems to be more a result of like, and granted, we're coming off of having watched a lot of Lotus across a lot of different regions, and there are teams in VCT that just like live and breathe Lotus now, and then even in challengers yesterday in Korea, right? We had teams that were very clearly well practiced on Lotus, so you know, like Yo-Man just seems to know how to use this map. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, compared to what I've been watching the past month, neither Orgulus or Disguise look that comfortable on Lotus. Right? It seems much more both teams are like, all right, let's like hold default, get contact, and like, well, then let's go fight. And it's like, whoever wins the fight wins. Well, okay, well, things like that. The collab is like, what do you do? Granted, yeah, you could argue like there could have been even better spacing, but on the minimap, it did not look like Disguise had bad spacing there. It just looked like was a really good shot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the sample size is so small, and it's like, and even at the end of the day, like, unless there's like, again, direct reports, you know, or such, we can't really assume too much. But like some of you guys said, I saw the Legia tweet as well. I mean, it sounds like, listen, it sounds like things just weren't working out, right? And the chemistry just wasn't there, the vibes weren't there. Basically, you weren't a team, and we saw what that did to Gen G last year. If we are to believe what Meteor said, which I would not be surprised, given how they looked on camera last year. So, again, I mean, especially like for the Gen G case, like Meteor didn't imply that it was like any one person. He just said you know, they like weren't in good spirits despite winning. Like things just didn't feel good. They didn't feel right. So if that happens, no matter how good your players are, like what do? You need a change, right? Like it sucks, but you do. So whether they made the right changes or not, we'll find out. So Disguise is kind of stuck. They have to go A. Juicy not being able to go to the center of his own kind of hurts that. Somehow it turns into a 1v1 still. DZI has lockdown. Does he use it?
30 seconds left.
I want to see him use it.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Oh, he's not going to use it. And he's going to win. So he is correct. But you're 7-3 on defense on Lotus. I don't know. I think statistically, you use the lockdown. Make sure he has to go into tree. Or even like leave tree if you want to get real greedy. And then really look to secure the 8. But now you can look to secure the 9.
Last
So
round in the half. Last round to use our crits and abilities. Don't waste my power.
please review VOD Revenant versus Greyfawn. Will you review South Asia? Yeah, we'll look to do at least one of the games on Revenant. Wait, wasn't the Grey Fox one of the earlier? Was that one of the earlier matches, or is that one of their later ones? If I'm looking at Revenant, I want to look at one of the later ones because I watched their like week 1 and 2 games, or maybe just their week 1 games. But in any case.
Welcome to my world.
Initiated.
So it still allows them to stay in the pit, though. Yep. Disguise is going to bring this back from a 4-8. How do they do it? Not through the pistol, that's for sure. I lied. What? Wait. Okay, Grumble is very low, but what? Oh, don't tell me he just gets a double here. He does. Well, that would do it.
One enemy remaining. High down, C.
Okay. I was wrong. They do it through the pistol. They just buy up, which I think is fine. You were pretty far behind. Go all Bulldogs, try to match it. Spectre's still pretty good on sites like C-Site here.
There.
Like if you're just anchoring, it's pretty solid. Especially for the Viper. Or the Killjoy, right? Where you can do some chip damage or decay. It's just an instant kill with the spray and the snake bite.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh. It's an early pit coming up. Orgless doesn't even leave a single person, so they're committed to the C site. They'll check B. They see that no one's watching for it, so it's no pinch on C, so they feel comfortable going into C site. They pop, but this is good. This is good from Orgless in the sense I don't know if they're going to end up winning this round or not, but right. So something we saw a lot of. I'm just gonna feel bad saying this, but I feel like it happened a lot with both like a lot of the teams that played Gen G in Pacific is on C site when you have the setup like this, right? And what's even worse is if you have like another nanoswarm here or something like that. You have Poison Cloud. alarm bot, nanoswarm. Usually there's like another nanoswarm like here, and then there's the turret either here or here, right? So the thing is a lot of people get scared to even try to pop this util because you're like, well, I don't know if I'm when I'm gonna get like crossfired from any of these direction, and it's hard. It is hard. But Orglis, they poke at B, they poke at A first. Now it does help that Disguise has emptied the site. They did, but for Gen G, like sometimes they would also empty it or just leave one person just watching from back site.
Cover going out.
And they just they throw the early paint shells just to clear everything as much as possible. Whether they pop it or not doesn't matter because you're not going in through your own paint shells anyway. But that way, if there is a stack with the alarm bot or nanoswarm, and while this is a risk, it's like if that's the only thing you got to clear it, I think this helps so much because then as soon as that's over, even if there was a turret here and like one more nanoswarm, what's important is the rest of your team can get in, right? So what normally happens is you're like, well, like maybe you pop one nanoswarm. So let's say there's an alarm bot here, and then there's like a nanoswarm here, right? And there's a turret here. What's going to happen is you're going to send your Raisin on a double blast pack, and they're either going to land on the box or like land somewhere here. And the rest of your team just can't get through because like Poison Cloud is still there. Alarm bot is there. The turret's like trying to dink people. And then you still don't know entirely if there's someone still watching from backside around the pillar and things like that. But as long as you've cleared the entrance and you hear the nanoswarm go off and you threw a paint shell, which will clear like anything that's trying to block the choke point, even if the turret's there, you can still have 4 to 5 people at least get into the site, right? Clear the turret, and then you can have like a high-low setup, etc. So you have a way to combat C. So whether they, eventually in this round they go C, but whether they actually do that or not, now it gives them the opportunity to say either you're defending C or you're letting us have it. Which is kind of big. Oh, I actually didn't, I saw that they uploaded it. I didn't get to watch the Gen G comms yet. But the tidbits we saw during the broadcast were already great, so I'll have to go check that out for sure. What are your views on who will get to Ascension from each region?
One enemy remaining.
I guess we'll find out today. I mean, I feel like Revenant's like by far the favorites, right, from South Asia. Like even when I was just looking at the rosters, I think from Korea, there's probably a debate. But I'm gonna debate between Nongshim and Nongshim D+. I am maybe if they can get it together with Goddead in time, but that's so rough for them to have to do that mid-season. Granted, I guess there's split too, so I guess we do have to look long term because they're still quite a ways away. It's not just split 1. It's split 2 that's gonna matter. Split 1 is more just for prize money and relegation. But I would say from the Philippines, like I'm still favoring now esports quite a bit. From Thailand, I think Full Sense has to be favored, but there's an argument for Made in Thailand. We'll see how it goes this time around. And then, I mean, I honestly I had never really thought about it too much for Malaysia, Singapore, so I don't know. Watching this, I still don't know. In Indonesia, again, not having watched any of the games, I'm just gonna go ahead and say Boom Esports probably should be favored. As a fellow RQ stan, do you think if they are placed in a different group, they can qualify their group? If they were in a different group, would they have qualified for Masters Madrid? I think there's a much higher chance. If they were in a different group, I think they absolutely minimum make play-ins. If not, I would say actually, I think if they were in a different group, they would have made playoffs. I'll even go in and say that. I think they would have. But would they have beaten any of the other teams? I don't know. Well, actually, no, they wouldn't have made playoffs. I take that back. With the way the bracket worked out, they would have played Gen G anyway. So they would have made it to play-ins. Well, unless they got out first in their group, I guess. Actually, I think if they were in Group B, I think they make it out first in their group. I think if RQ was in Group B, and even if they played Secret, it was Day 1 Secret, then I think they actually make playoffs. So I guess there was a world where they could have made playoffs. But if it wasn't Group B, I don't know if they beat T1 off the bat and in groups. And then if they had to go in through play-ins anyway, and the brackets still worked out the same, they would have had to play Gen G in the play-ins anyway. So I don't think they would have made playoffs actually, but I think they would have at least made play-ins, and it would have been an exciting play-ins for RRQ. I think so.
Not a fuel.
This is a good stack by Disguise though after pushing A main so far. So yeah, the thing is like, I don't think anyone thought Gen G was going to be this strong. I mean, I was more on the doubting side. Listen, I was more on the doubting side for kickoff specifically. I did not think Gen G was going to get it together for kickoff. So I'm glad they did. But like, even for people who rated them higher than I did, and listen, I would never blame them just because of the sheer firepower that that team had from the beginning. I don't think anyone was like, well, yeah, they're like absolutely strong enough to become the champions of Pacific Kickoff. So, you know, at that point, is it fair to say like if a team was in a different group, they would have made it into playoffs and like all the way to Masters Madrid? Like that, I don't know. But here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. If RQ had beaten Gen G on day 1, would they have beaten Paper Rex on day 2? That's hard to say too, though, because what ruined Gen G was the sunset and the comp from Paper Rex, which if RQ was in the same boat, I think they also would have had trouble adapting to that. I think most teams would have had trouble adapting to that. So, yeah. But would they have had a better record? Yes. Would they have at least made it to play-ins? I think so.
You should run.
But playoffs at Master Madrid it's hard to say.
Last player standing.
Oh no. I thought he was gonna pull a texture there. I think we're gonna skip the rest of this Lotus, because I'm not seeing anything too different. Disguise defense on Lotus, not just because of the score, but they do seem to play it a lot better than their attack. You know, they're taking a lot of the good setups and they're using it pretty well to their advantage. They're not over investing into B site. Like stuff like this. Okay, well this round's actually worth noting, right? So you do the same thing, put some pressure onto Rubble. But because they see nothing returning, they just decide that they're going to actually start to see, because of the timer, right? Because it's already down to 30 seconds. So at that point, you're getting pressured on C. You're like, okay, the most probable thing is if they can't get into C, they're coming to B. So they fill in a link. So things like that, like their defense, the movement seems a lot better.
Match point.
Let's move on to... What were the comps here? Double duelist for Orgless. Oh, right. The Astra for Disguise. Well, let's see how this goes, because it's not that long. No. Okay. Retake screen for org. Let me get rid of my cursor. Sorry. This guy's just taking orbs. I like it. It's a good start. Stack it. Stack it for that Yoru. Nope. Orgless just gonna let it go. They don't pop their cam, which I like. Not enough ciphers. I feel like more ciphers should be doing this. Like if you've already given up the site and you're like, you already hear enough util to know that this is a strike onto the site, and or if your team's already rotating anyway, like I would much rather see the cam left alive until you're ready to strike, because either then it's a distraction or you get info. Now this time Bryce was actually looking forever. This guy's just gonna try to buy as much time as possible for that.
Last player standing.
But yeah, he can't. It's not planted for him either way, so that's rough. But like that cam not being broken right away is huge. And there are so many times when people they put up a cam in a non like standard spot, and then they're waiting and waiting, and they hear the util, they see like a lot of util, or they see like, let's say 3 people come in, and then they'll just like tag one, and I'm like, you've already emptied the site, you've already decided to give it up. Even if you tag him, there's no real way for you to fight this 1v3 to hold the back of site. So just let the cam live. At least get like a quick snapshot on the retake. Personally, I would like to see more of that. Listen, it's not always the answer. Sometimes it is good to tag them just so it delays them, or, you know, they can't fight immediately because they're trying to take the tag out. Like if you're trying to flood right away, sure, tag it right away. Cam gets broken or not, doesn't matter. But at that point, it's the similar concept, right? Like you use it right before you're fighting so that you have the advantage.
Lethal force authorized.
Lethal force authorized. I like that skin, by the way. Some people are like, ooh, robots talking back to you. That's so cheesy. And I'm like, dude, that's so cool. Teenager me would go friggin' ecstatic for that.
Portal closed.
Okay, so Orgulus plays Breeze. I mean, this is just the pistol and the bonus that we're really banking off of, but they play for first contact and then they pull all the way back. And despite having a retake screen, like they're playing the numbers game, right?
30 seconds left.
Now, I would say they played a little bit
Last player standing.
more haphazardly, right? Where their rotations are like a little early. But the idea is very clear because the person who's solo isn't like hanging out here. They're like pulling back-to-back sites, so I don't mind it.
Here. Time to jump. Deep. I'll handle this. Here.
You've cleared everything. The entire team has
Copper.
decided to wait for the retake. Red Coast taking that chance to push in. Good, waiting outside the smoke for his teammates. Got DZI ready to trade off of elbow. Ooh, DZI and Flaring going at it. See if they do the same thing. Oh, this time they're going to go for contact in mid. And they actually get it. They make sure there's no follow-up. Make sure they can exit. And then they go all the way back, right? So they're not... Well, DZI gets the kill in Hall. So they still just say, okay, well, now we see if they're stuck coming towards A. Because no matter what, the retake should be easy because it's technically a 5v3 before the Cypher dies, right? So this is around... So they're not just doing it on autopilot where they get a kill and then they rotate. That's not... Or get contact and then go for the rotate. So that's good to see as well, right? You get contact, then you're backing out. As you're backing out, you're already looking to clear halls. He gets an early kill here, which then tells you, okay, it's a 5v3 now. Let's see. Let's just make sure that we're clearing the entire map, right? We can still delay a little bit on B site with things like the trip and the cyber cage. So let's do that.
Exactly where you are.
And DZI was on his way there. Now, unfortunately, DZI gets picked off because they actually were never aware of the fact that someone had come through mid.
I know exactly where you are.
So a little haphazard again, but the idea being sound.
Nowhere to run.
Did they win the round though? No, which is unfortunate. I think if only Redco had died at some point on the site, and you're just holding like this, right? Then the retake gets a lot easier for you, but with 4 people minimum. But it seems like, again, what I'm trying to say is they have a fixed pattern. They have a fixed pattern of push out, get contact, rotate, right? Push out, get contact, rotate. And then basically play the numbers game. Push out, get contact, force them to the other side, and then play the numbers game where we're going to have more people than they expected.
ultimate is ready.
And they have adjustments to it in the sense that, well, if we get a kill instead of just contact, or if we get 2 kills, then we readjust, right? So that stuff's good to see. No way, Grumble. Are you gonna do it? Damn.
Clutch.
I mean, it looks simple because it's on 2 times speed, but dude, those were like the most nerve-wracking 6 seconds that Bryce had to deal with there. I don't blame him.
Toxins going up.
So again, they push out, they gate crash back. You're already pulling flaring as well. You know it's an eco.
Spike down B.
Come on, take
You know you have better guns. Going into trade to make sure you're not giving away that rifle that they can anchor on the site with for the post plant. It's a good call for Morgulus again. They're actually... Okay, they're gonna go for a push out mid. I was wondering if you just keep doing the same thing on A, but they pit A.
everyone hiding.
And Red Coast... Wait, hold on. How does he... Is this a matter of the Yoru? Is it a matter of Juicy kind of missing his timing? Or is it Redco doing well here?
Time to jump.
I mean, it's just good cyber cage setup. Redco not biting the bait. And the decoy.
Everyone hiding.
More credit to Redco.
Spike down B. Flawless.
No real way for the
enemy
other people to
remaining.
provide cover either because of the cyber cage. And the backup being there because of the pit. Dude, you know how many times we talked about this yesterday and all these other times? If anyone was here yesterday, remember how we talked about how hard it is to clear this corner around the stack? Because when you go, if you pot flash out, you're so worried about watching this angle. I just realized I had the minimap on blast the whole time. So I'm sorry if that bothered you, but I was staring at the minimap the whole time anyway, So you're busy staring at this and potentially this, depending on the timing of it. And you'll try to clear this, but you just don't have the time because you don't want to get traded. And so, look at this. Well, here's an answer to it. It's a big investment, but you pop flash high, but you turn your head so you're only half blinded. And that way, minimum, you're still giving full sight as the jet. I guess on the dash out, you're not catching. No, you do. Oh, his movement's so good. He tags everyone on the minimap. So your teammates are still prepared to trade. But at the end of the day, your teammates are more responsible. The thing here is, like DZI, does DZI die to the Astra? Okay, so that, I mean, you went for the chance. I think we see a glimpse of DZI trying to turn the stack. Hold on, let's look at the minimap. Yeah, so on the minimap, it looks like he's trying to look into this corner, which the only thing I think they should clean up is, like, at the end of the day, the guys coming out to trade should absolutely be the ones taking this fight. You leave this up to the jet. If the jet doesn't get it, but you still get this kill first down the stairs, then you're ready for the peek out anyway around the stack. Hey, what's up, Keyframe? This is a good adjustment to it. Now, granted, you can only do this if you have the jet. You cannot do this with the single Yoru. So and granted, Juicy also wasn't right behind the stack. But at the end of the day, like, Vera was going to tag them all anyway.
Last player standing.
No, that's a good adjustment to that play, though. That's the way to do it.
Maybe we
That's the way to do it. It's either that or the other option as we let this play out is you just peek out real quick, take a quick shot onto the stairs, and then you just back out and see if there's someone who pre-fires right around the stack. That's the other way you would find out if there's more members, but other than that, it's such a big risk. We just had ult for ult, I think.
One enemy remaining.
Backup's mega quick.
that goes there. I'll handle this.
GCI gets that kill for free as well, just off of a pop flash
One enemy
onto
remaining.
Riza. That's unfortunate. Does this end? What's the half end at? Is it 8-4? Which would mean that this guy gets an eco here.
Scanning ahead. Found them. I know exactly.
30 seconds left.
Welcome to my world. I planted. Order or mission.
I think they are going to get this? No, they don't. Okay. It is a 9-3. Yes. Okay. But then Disguise is going to lose. Let's just look at the pistol, see if there's anything new.
Taking that back. Recovering it.
And the Astra defense
Surprise.
actually does a lot of damage. Let's watch that back at normal speed.
That back. Recovering it.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Taking that back. Recovering it.
So immediately that's just to put pressure on A, just to delay. So you refill those cooldowns real quick. Now Vera's pathing is good to try to check anyone on the sides. And DZI helps with that. The gravity well is just too big. And Bryce gets two even before Vera's able to snipe the kill around the corner. Okay. Alrighty. Wow. Orglis actually, okay, Orglis is kind of exciting. I'm kind of down for Orglis. The Breeze, the peak out of A though, right? With the Jet. So if you have the Jet Yoru, if you're going double duelist, that's a good thing to have in your pocket. Having these set, these set plays to push out aggressively, right? Like the tiles crunch on Ascent, things like that. It's good. It's good to have on defense. Just the threat of it alone is very good. And then if you have multiple, you can cycle through it on an off beat and gets you these rounds that just really secure your win. Okay. Hold on. Let's watch Oblivion later. Now Saver uses the Gecko on split. Let's watch Nouse first. Okay. Sunset and Split. We'll skip through both.
That raise is gonna.
Do you know what is the Astra? What does the Astra do with the Viper comp on Breeze? I'm still trying to figure out how does that comp work. So where can I bring it back up? Who are we just watching? Chat, Disguised and Orglis. So the Astra is just first of all, it's global presence, and second of all, in this type of comp, you're looking at the Astra much more as an initiator than a controller, right? So Astra, in my head, Astra, similar to how Viper can be considered a Sentinel controller, Astra should be considered an initiator controller. So it allows you to basically help deny a lot of the choke points, which again, despite the sites being very large, like one of the reasons that it's so that Breeze defense can get so hard is because the site's so large, right? So there's so many ways that they can enter, and once they enter, like the retake, the positions they can take, and the distance you have to cover to get the site back, things like that gets pretty hard. So first of all, you have a lot of delay from the defensive side, and then second of all, either on defense or attack, because the sites are so large, after the screen, you still have ways to cover pockets, cover your entries, and things like that. Or make sure that, like, let's say on B site, if you're trying to enter the site, you can make sure they're just tied up back site so that you don't get picked off, and things like that. So while I would say Breeze is one of those maps where, like, Viper solo controller, like, works, the extra smokes do help, right? That way you don't have to, for instance, like if you want to utilize stairs in some way by Metal Door and A, you don't have to use your screens, tactical screen for that. You have other smokes to use. I mean, it's the same thing with Omen. But whereas Omen, again, I mean, Omen kind of also like an initiator, maybe a semi-duelist controller. I would say Astra, it's much more the duelist the initiator capability of basically tying up people that might go for peaks, etc. It can help ruin op site lines, etc., etc. Also, a lot of decent, I would say, early pressure onto like mid and A main with the dissipates. There we go. Where you're retrieving your stars back, right? The fake smokes. So what I'm trying to explain is the reasons are there. Does that make it better than other comps? I think that's debatable. But personally, I'm a fan. Also, the ult is pretty good on Breeze, so all that considered, I think Astra's pretty solid on Breeze. I've always liked the concept of Astra on Breeze. Now, not as a solo controller. I think that's rough because their smokes are small, but now that's the thing. So here's the thing, is that in solo queue, it's a little tougher. Right? Solo queue Astra is very tough, just in general. I like playing Astra just in general, so like I've played a lot of Astra in solo queue, but solo queue Astra I would say is tough, unless depending on your server and rank, etc., the comms are really good, because it's so much about timings. Like the reason Omen works as a solo queue controller, whether you're alone or in a double, like even in double controller, the reason Omen works is because like I just put up one way's herder, and if I see stuff, I paranoia. If I hear stuff, I paranoia, right? It's pretty straightforward and still has good impact. Obviously, you can do much more with good comms, but like you're still doing a pretty darn good job by just cycling your cooldowns. But with Astra, you can't do that. With Astra, it is much more about like timing and pressure, and like for instance, your fake smokes won't have any meaning unless your team is working off of it in one of the rounds, things like that. So the only map I've always felt comfortable going solo, like solo queue Astra, is actually Split. Whether I'm alone or with another controller. I'm trying to think if I guess back in the day I was okay with like playing Astra as the main controller on Ascent in solo queue as well. But yeah, so in solo queue, it's going to be a little tougher to really feel the impact of the value. But a lot of her impact is either really good set plays or a lot of just like, hey, I smoked the, like timing and taking space on the map, like really helping cut up the map a bit more. So Pro Solo Astra, yeah, it can be good. I never really liked it, but that was already the time when I was kind of getting sick of playing Viper and Astra in general, so that might be it. But on Well, okay, so Pro Solo Astra just in general, I think is fine. But I think Viper's... But it's one of those things where, like, some of these maps, the problem becomes, like, just Viper's so strong on it. And if you're going to play Viper, then, like, Viper hardware was so strong on it. So it's like, well, like, why would you play Astra? Like, that was part of the problem. But, yeah. Yeah, the thing is if you're playing solo queue and you're playing controller, at the end of the day, like it's hard to play a macro game, which is where controllers really shine at a high level, right? It's about controlling the overall map and putting pressure on various locations and things like that. So in solo queue, you're not going to get that a lot. So in solo queue, no matter which controller you use, especially if you're the only controller, oftentimes on the attacking side, what you're going to wait to do is like, your team's going to decide where you're going to go, and you're just going to smoke off the points that you need to cover for the execute. Like, that's usually what ends up happening for a lot of solo queue until you're up to the very, very highest levels. So, yeah, on attack, it's just generally kind of hard to feel the impact. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, which is why I stopped playing controller. I love Viper. Viper's probably the Asian I've played the most in Valorant, I think, actually. Maybe? Well, at some point, Raze might have overcome it. But that was before everyone was playing Viper on every map. And now with this map pool and the meta, everyone's playing Viper and everyone expects Viper. And I'm like, well, now I don't want to play Viper anymore. Not because it's, like, too common, but just, like, I'm already bored of it and everyone knows how to play against it and how to play with it. And I'm like, well, this is... like, it's not fun. I like experimenting. I like trying new things. I like finding my own timings, things like that, so... But, yeah, with the current pool, Viper's great. I mean, quite frankly, on any pool, Viper is now viable. Otani is the GOAT. I mean, I'm not going to argue against that. Once you started playing smokes, I can't play any other roles? Huh. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'd consider that a bad thing. I personally really like playing controller. But in solo queue, sometimes it gets very tough. Sometimes it gets very frustrating. Which is why eventually I started playing a lot more every other role. But... alright, Nouse versus First Mega Saver. What was this? Sunset. But we got the Gecko for Mega Saver. Solo controller Omen. Meanwhile, we got Viper Omen on Nouse. Mosier on the Raze.
Give them a lot more capabilities to have a player like Ja trying to really play behind that. I feel like his best play is when he's got someone else to take that first contact.
Yeah, and let's not forget the shifter for now. Ja, who played the Reyna and dropped what, a 40 bomb versus
let's do this.
Omen now. 1-for-1 pick though as we begin the action over at
Since there's casting, just so it doesn't sound too crazy, let's play it at 1.5.
More of a old school decision we used to see from Ja when he was perennially a bit more on the control.
Controllers are one of the hardest agents. Well, in solo queue, for sure. Because, like, no matter what you do as a controller, you need to get good teamwork, both from you and your teammates.
In any case, though, already we go to
and in that sense, it's one of the harder agents roles to play in solo queue, because if the comms aren't good, you have to have such a good understanding and such good map awareness to, like, to make sure your utility has impact with broken and or non-existent comms. So controllers are definitely, it's definitely hard. It's just very hard because it's like so much of what you do as a controller doesn't actually have tangible impact. It's a lot of intangible impact. And sometimes like it's also a matter of like it either doesn't feel fun or you don't know if you're doing a good job or not, right? Like sometimes you're just like, well, I mean, like the smokes, I guess, like it covered their approach, but like I don't know, like did I really do anything? Like I'm not really sure. Like you don't really get your tangible feedback on your own as you're playing, you know. Whereas like let's say you're playing a Cypher, you set up a trip, you had a Cyber Cage, someone hits the trip and you're like, well, I'm gonna get this kill and then put up the Cyber Cage, and then you know there's a teammate behind them that's trading for them and you get killed before you even get the free kill. You know, then you learn right away. You're like, oh, like I should probably change like the location, or I should put up my cage like before I peek anyway, and just, you know, be happy with the first kill and then take a different position. Why are we already losing so much? Oh. Good double team though. You know, same thing with initiators, but
See if he can actually isolate these. He does, but like ultimately it's a free gun. So what do you expect?
but controllers, it's hard to play and enjoy and learn all at the same time on your own in solo queue.
But you can see it here. 1MS, the way that they surround this pillar on B side has been paramount to their success, and now they need to stabilize on places like market, places like Boba.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you are really intent on getting good at like if you are really intent on learning Valorant, like not getting high rank, not having great aim necessarily, but like learning Valorant, controller is one of the best ways to do it, in my opinion. Controller or like a really sensible. Well, or Sentinel if you're playing solo queue. In some other ways, Initiator technically, but that actually, if Initiator is weird because you can actually do a lot more on your own, but at the same time, if you want to really learn good Valorant through playing Initiator, then you probably do need a teammate. So like duo queue would be the way to go. So yeah, so I mean, I would recommend it if that's your goal, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it's for some of you it might not be fun. I find it fun, but it's not for everyone. So I don't blame you. But if you're someone who's like, well, that's my goal, or I do enjoy playing smokes, it's just tough sometimes, I would tell you, like, stick with it. It'll be worth it at some point. Still get the plant. The push is good. Okay, yeah, the double peek's good too. Unfortunately, not as many as they, if they could have gotten one more there, I think that would be the best situation for them, but Mosier getting stuck there was a little rough in the lobby. Giant Sanity? Yeah, I know about the team secret thing. Which, listen, that there's like no excuse. Like you screwed up. And then you doubled down on it, which I think is the worst part, but... hey, everyone can get a second chance. It is kind of funny that one Mega Saver abbreviates to 1MS.
If they force the issue there, if they open the door, that could be a very vulnerable spot for Naus's defense to have to pivot and try and defend. At the moment, 1MS not finding that opening. It's Nexi in this case who gets his opening going, and the neural theft confirms 1MS are playing.
Good push out from Naus as a double team.
And also for the fact, Senior Carl, he was marking that doorway, waiting to see if anyone's going to burst through it. But 1MS, they're the ones
and good rotate. Right, not only did you get the neural theft, you still have the tripwire, still have the toxic screen, you still have the cam on A. So take mid control, that way you can always facilitate a rotate. If not, you can defend B, and you shall.
Perfect timing as well on the utility there from Naos. Initial paranoia, obviously, to kind of hamper the initial push attempt. But the scan really coming from Amon was rightfully so placed right above that B main choke. And as soon as they cross...
Do you think Solo Viper on Sunset is good for both attack and defense? If you're gonna go solo controller, I think Omen is better. For Sunset, well, yeah.
At the last opportune moment is what exactly I think helped secure that round safely.
And not only that, he's not just blocking that vision, he's blocking value.
I mean, if you have a Cypher, I guess Solo Viper's fine, but again, Solo Viper on any map, quite frankly, it does require a lot of... It does require your team to really be on the same page together, right? Whether it's about macro or whether it's just about trading. Because again, you only have one smoke that you can like reload at, and even that you can't cover all your bases. So you have to use the pressuring of the toxic screen a lot.
One bullet for two targets needs to go for the reload. And Ching trying to defy those odds yet again. Cyber Cage though has been set on up.
But also in solo queue, generally, you're better off picking a site and barreling through it and having good trades, right? Like, let's be very honest, solo queue is not where you're practicing your own strats. So
the left-right setup is too much to handle. Shoots through the middle. Now takes the lead.
Okay, Ching having some fun there at the end. I mean, who wouldn't? It's an ego. He landed a good shot. This market.
But I think Omen can do so much on Sunset.
viable. Now that's going to pull the attention and focus of Naos more towards looking that way sometimes. You can see Nexi kind of setting himself up here for that B main entrance because one MS have shown prevalence to that so far. But look at this wall here being played by Poppy Chulo. Just a fight for mid control wall. But the dash in on the blast pack.
Right, if you see a lot of the toxic screens that are used by teams on Sunset, it's for a lot of like mid pressure, or just like half mid pressure and blocking off like one part of the site like this. And now and then, you know, now and then you'll get these like from the attacking side to get into A site. And that, I would say this screen is probably the most valuable from an attacker standpoint, or even defender standpoint. Like this probably gets you the most value from either side. Like this is the one where as an attacker you're like, well, we just only have to worry about this fight. So like that's the benefit of walls, right? Wall smokes are there to make sure you just don't have to worry about other fights. I mean, obviously you can get sprayed down and stuff, but
about this Naos roster right now, there's so much different experience. Not only, of course, with the legacy of the likes of Ja, like Poppy Chulo, but I still have to always mention that Eman came from VCT Pacific to become that IGL from RRQ of all teams. So there is that know-how here. Naos gets a little bit more from the higher scene here, just with Eman in the roster.
He definitely has leveled up, and well, to be fair, Singer Carl was aboard Mark.
you have trouble with Omen on defense and solo queue.
What's that in, like, Doctor Who?
I mean, again, kind of depends if you have a cipher or not, I think, but
I mean, he did stop because he was thinking about the knife. But
if you have a cipher, right? Basically, it's similar to Ascent, right? In solo queue, the way you would play it is mostly just one way one of the spots. Wait, that's not the corner. Either one way that, one way this, one way this.
I know you're great at measuring.
And and then you're just holding that the whole time until you hear contact, and then you paranoia, right? It's very similar to Ascent. And then if you don't hear it, you're able to always refresh a smoke soon enough for the retake. And on the retake, it would be the same thing. One way, or a smoke here, right?
And speaking of the game, it's starting again.
And then paranoia.
Yeah, they're very much a trap. Whether they play from tiles or move into a main, those seem to be the positions that now
the problem becomes on defense in solo queue is that, like, for B site generally, unless you have good set plays, you kind of want to hold on to this. But the only way you can really do that is if you have minimum 2 people to trade. So if you give all of this up, then just the single smoke gets a little tough. Like, you have to flood really well.
Some way to get something going in this eco, but just get coming.
Yeah, the stun from the tripwire, and that's enough to clear out mid. Naos now putting their forces over onto B side. Got Nexi there. Help out Poppy Chulo in the pinch. A cyber cage is the call, and beautiful work from Ching. Impressive. Nexi falls after he tries to go for the swing, and one MS get the pick.
They're all very low though, so I don't have high hopes for the remainder of this round. Emon's got a good off angle here. Was seen by
Market. Ja will cash out those 2 kills at the end.
Your remaining was feeling on Sunset. You need to start getting those defensive rounds because once you swap on over to the attack.
One away from Thrash.
Yeah, especially with the Cypher still.
Mega Saber.
He's doing 2-1 MS. Ching can do it to Naos later on. Dizzy sent on out though. The Viper mid one more time. An interesting setup here for Naos. Nexi's the one playing into the market. The doorway's closed, and he's the one waiting to see if he'll hit.
Okay, they have a cam for market. They have a trip for B. They have pit too. So at any point, Poppy Chulo can pop that either to delay the entry or just to hold on to back sight. Like, that's a possibility. You hear contacts, you're just holding for mid. Naos has a solid game plan, and everyone's a big part of it. Dude, Ja just... Hold on. The screen's not up, right?
The one way still a big bother. Ching having to deal with Boombot swings on out. Motor Job on board right now, and now it's taking the fight to one.
He just swings out.
Again, this is why he got a 40 bomb on the Reyna. Deal with Boom. Yeah, nice Dizzy though from Ginsan. He confirms Senior Carlos over onto the elbow. The one way still a big bother. Ching having to deal with
They have to peek out of the smoke, and they're there, but the only way you can peek out of that and hold the angle is basically the same spot that everyone's trapped in.
Holds off the first, but can't hold off the second. Naos get a 6th round here.
They were just so preoccupied with Mojo there towards the elbow, didn't even realize that, hey, the potential of the swing from that stairs position could come, and when Ja did, he...
Yeah, if you're soloing B on defense, you like have to be a Cypher. Or a Viper. But even with a Viper, like, you have to use all your snake bites. And at that point, like, your teammates have to come help.
It doesn't matter though what he's playing, he's still taking that top frag on her. 12 kills within 9 rounds, continuing
like, generally what you want to do on defense on B and solo queue is, if you're just playing default, like, even if there's one person, like, whether it's a controller or a sentinel, you're holding this line. Like, maybe you're jiggle peeking just to get information, and then when someone's here, whether you don't have to close the door right away at the start of the round, but as soon as you hear movement here, if your goal isn't for the entire team to take mid and for the one guy to just anchor from here and buy time, I mean, close the door, or if you know, have someone cover mid, and then you have to be ready to support. At the very least, you should be like spraying through the smoke to try to get some damage in and slow them down. If you're not going to do that, either you back up together all the way to here, or you fill the site back here.
Out though, Senior Carl alongside Shani Boy really peppering top mid right now, but with this second smoke, it does pivot out now as the play for mid get that pick for free because no one can help Key Insanity.
Ja, another opening pick here. It's been a constant problem for 1MS to get themselves going in this map. Great shot though by Senior Carl. It seems like that was preoccupied with looking at the nade coming his way. Should be able to take this, even though there's a
Just hits every trip. Someone else still clears all of them without getting killed.
Against his former team. Don't forget, usually part of now, especially back in the session, Chingo finding Mojer. A beautiful shot.
Dude, what is that? What is that kill?
Here. A quick little spam, a little find rather with the camera. The darts. Still confirming Senior Carl.
So too, Vant. They were trying to hold a crossfire.
Good at 2 for Poppy. Everything left to Ching in a 1v3. DP Shooty. Dynamics Poppy Chulo. Chingo with the 1. But Eman plays Protector. And now will make it a 5-round gap.
Very nice free fire there by Eman. You can see that he knew exactly when to peek and spam that corner, as he can tell that Ching was coming his way. Valiant effort by Ching. I've been very impressed so far with his run here on this first Mega Saber squad. He's been very, very active. And I think there was a moment after kind of results as there he
honestly, he's a player that can will a team through the open qualifiers. If you remember RNZ from last time,
Hey, you have this one way too, right? You have this one way at the entrance to B. Entrance to B main. There's some good one ways you can have on Sunset with Omen. So
that's a lot to deal with, to say the least.
there are ways to buy a lot of time.
Good back, quick back.
And Eman's almost close to getting his up online as well. But look at now, they pivot for a mid push here.
They're gonna run into each other. They're gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, if you're playing Viper, like Snake Bite spam on a timer, Poison Cloud spam, stuff like that. It's the best bet. Oh, is Eman gonna stay alive? He's actually gonna stick around because the tiles are here. The crunch is here. I mean, at that point, they're all dead anyway. That was good. Now it's... But yeah, so see, like this is a good round to look at because while it's hard to hold B, they not only have the toxic screen here, but they have Cypher setups as well. So like this part of A is just shut down. Like you're just not meant to get in through there, and then they are holding as a double in the alley. And the idea is you paint shells and then the one way goes into effect. So they can't take B either. And you're just trying to say like, no, you guys gotta come A, and you're just forcing them away. And you can keep refreshing the smoke whenever you want. He's even gonna get the orb. They're gonna hear it, but they know that it has to be the showstopper because it was 1 point away. The drone chases him out, but at that point you've taken out the drone. You still got the showstopper, so you have ways to hold it after using the paint shell. So it's a good round to use paint shells because normally you would want paint shells to delay here, but you can use paint shells and then you have showstopper, and that way you can empty the site onto here or here. And then you can flood back in right as you see the execute happening and hold them back. So then off of that, they take over mid, right? They heard the drone coming B main. They know they're trying to regain control of B. This is a good round from now.
The only place of safety is their spawn. Rarely do you see a market.
And what's a shame is that this thrash isn't being used to regain space from 1MS. We'll get to South Asia today. We'll watch at least a match on South Asia today. We'll VOD review at least one. No worries. We'll probably skip Hong Kong, Taiwan today, and then we'll probably skip Indonesia today.
Somehow now they've made it very, very difficult for 1MS to get going, and it's all on Channy Boy now.
It's been a brilliant bait and switch, but now they have to go for the retake. They have the numbers, but Channy Boy, is this his moment to strike? Answers no. Ja finds him quickly, and now another round as the defense is just looking labyrinthian right now. Amazed that 1MS cannot get through.
This Sunset map has proven when we thought that could have been it. That could have been their height, but now going to something else here and them looking even better against an arguably much better team in 1MS. It's very impressive so far what they've been able to pull off and with relatively quick ease. Like there hasn't been much.
Dude, all else online as an 8-2 scoreline. Now is feeling good. Not so good about dying there, but the 100 Fury. Okay, Ja getting hit by that was not part of the plan. That's unfortunate. Suddenly the all ult round is not doing so great. Hold on, how did this happen? Okay, so
relatively quick ease. Like there hasn't been much struggle to get these rounds for now.
Oh, Senor Carl actually gets the kill.
them looking even better against an arguably much better team in 1MS. Very impressive so far what they've been able to pull off, and with relatively quick ease. Like, there hasn't been much struggle to get these rounds for now.
I mean, we always tout now to be a strong team on Icebox, but even
Where did that paint shell go? How did it do no damage to Senor Carl?
out now.
I think he threw it right onto the entrance, trying to trap them in here.
I mean, we always tout now to be a strong team.
But the thing is there's no there's no one way either, so it's not like they'd be scared to reapproach. And then also this time 1MS had a good adjustment, where basically they had the Omen Shadow Step 4, so you always had someone to peek, and Senor Carl, that was his mission, to create a double peek from here. So you were always going to peek. So this was built to take out whoever was peeking. Papi Chulo's the sacrificial lamb because he's the one staying, and then that way they can keep the op on site. But
Sunset, they can deliver. Papi Chulo, though, overextending himself a little bit too much. Mojo misses shot there with the operator. Hunter's Fury meets Hunter's Fury.
And that part is... that's just unfortunate.
Here's the praises about now and say, not today, it's time for the sites.
That wasn't even the finding a kill, and this is finally going right to 1MS. Trapped in the corner, Ammon's down.
As soon as we talk about Naos setting things up so well, 1MS dismantles it in a blink.
Usually when Solo Viper on defense, I got a wall that covers mid, spawn in a lobby, and an orb in B main.
It's so good at piling pressure on a single point.
But the thing, okay, so on defense on Sunset, just give up on mid control, right? Just give up on mid control. Have someone like be ready to watch it. You know, maybe the initiator is like here, and they can continue to send skills this way and this way, or you put like one trip here if you have a cipher. But don't be too concerned about holding it. And if you're getting scared, just push the door at us on a timer. Especially in solo queue, you can't try to play the safest game. You just can't. Especially because your opponents aren't going to respect it anyway.
They're the ones playing from the alley and the link right now. Chain getting back though in position. A Viper wall, the ulti separating him, but there's a beautiful perch from the camera. Emma already finding Channy Boy immediately. Astro trying to take a page of the job playbook and play from above. He and Sandy on the board. Nexy looking on. Up, he and Sandy mowing down anyone who can come his way, but it's a 2v1. It's a safe angle, but there's not enough safety in those lesser numbers. Nexy on defuse duty should allow Naos to get a ninth round to end. Boil down.
Okay.
Rounds in the first half. He's playing the anchor here over onto B, and Eamon, he's ready with the shock darts to try
Pistol.
to flush up there. Already a trip. And a camera set up a little bit more far back. Jado still above here, black and blue.
Oh, wait. I don't know how we didn't talk about this. Someone had asked about how I feel about the solo Sova. It does have a lot of value against the Cypher, right? With the shock darts. So there is that. Oh, this is... oh, this is... not as successful as they would have hoped. G Insanity being there and ready to get the first kill actually delays it so much. I mean, it's an idea. The toxic screen and then trying to pull everyone away. The problem is... I mean, it's a good screen to make sure you're only worrying about one angle at a time, but the problem is even if you get stuck fighting, like, they could still be fighting them from here as well.
I don't think you're going to replicate that, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea. Just in that case, 1MS had the right tools to stop it from continuing forward.
Yeah, this is their second pistol win into the game alone. So at least we've seen 1MS good at taking momentum early. They have a stack though, prepped here by B, and Naos.
Okay.
Noise, a little bit of that rotation. 1MS prepared for it no matter what.
They're just not going to use that shock dart. So Naos is looking for a chance to win this as a 5. 1MS is emptying the site on A. They don't have great ways to delay it. They know the toxic screen is there. They've given up on elbow control, so that's fine.
They go into elbow Joe immediately. Astro setting up a smoke in the way. Next, he's the one on single link duty to try and play the lurk. Keeps an eye out on the camera towards mid, but watch out. Senior Carl, as well as Channy Boy, are trying to hunt you down. They see the Cypher. Nexy is immediately dead. Paranoias are prime.
No, you do need to push out a bit, yeah. Because you've already lost a short. Ja gets the kill on the lurk, though.
Good.
I mean, Naos' decision making is good with the on the eco here. They're gonna lose it, but I mean, Ching 4K. Good shots, but
Cash it in. Ching. You might as well call it here for 1 Mega Saber. What a way to do it too. I mean, it was against an eco. Now it's looking pretty good, to be honest, there in that round. I like the fact that they were able to really consolidate their forces towards one specific threat at a time.
And second here.
With elbow, and then we deal with that stairs, and kind of isolating and really planning out which problems to deal with. But they didn't They didn't plan for Ching to have a 4K like that. And, well, Ja had good timing, to be fair, to maybe get the punish. Ching was there better to keep his teammate alive.
Now we hyped up Ching for good reason, and he delivers yet again for 1MS. Not bad from a guy who came from retirement, but in any case, camera's broken. And now they're putting the forces and their guns towards B here.
Choke down. Now, strong start, but we saw that ultimately lead to their demise. Yesterday versus Zol. This game potentially could follow same suit if 1MS here take a very curious bonus round where they actually do have something to work with. Look at this A-wall. That keeps the defense there for a bit, but they're catching on now that mid might be the bigger problem.
Yeah, it's been the case here for Naos. They set up the wall early, keep those forces there, but in any case, they move away from the middle itself, try to play into tiles, and look to find the members of 1MS. Not the best bonus here for 1MS though, but at least they have some bulldogs to work with alongside that single main rifle.
I mean, 3
And
rifles and a
watching
Spectre?
steady towards B, and this might be the execute. 30 seconds left now. They need to go right here, right now. Nexi also on the alert towards mid. Pain Shell's gonna get lobbed. Mojer crossing through.
Can Ching hold on to this on his own, though?
And send your Carl through the smokes. Even Showstopper right now.
He can, because of the wingman.
Nexi also on the alert towards mid. Pain Shell's gonna get lobbed. Mojer crossing.
The wingman timing is
The Pain Shell's
perfect.
there. The cluster's not enough to keep him at bay. And send your Carl through the smokes. Even Showstopper right
Oh, and Ching just
now.
hides
Zandy's
right
gonna push it.
away.
Zandy gets the kill. This is where 1MS can thrive in. Just pushing the limits and fighting for their lives. 2 already with the advantage. Ching with another one. Gian Zandy continues chipping in and pitching in. 2v2 though. Attack quickly at the top there. Gian Zandy is just good for 4. And 1MS on incredible bonus. The momentum have shifted.
It's
completely in
good.
their favor.
It's a good flood retake.
What a bonus here coming from 1MS. I really thought for a second there that now so we're gonna be able to do it in that 2v2, considering how Loki and Sandy and Ching were respectively. Motor finding the opening pick here, but
Showstopper not getting quite in because of the wingman. I think he got scared of the wingman. That was huge.
And made it so that Motor had to burn his Showstopper, otherwise he'd get stunned, and it kept him from progressing further into the back site, really securing map control and back site control, and that ultimately led to the round win here for 1MS. So great stuff, not just fragging wise, but utility wise there from Gian Sandy.
Yeah, you don't see a Gecko like that swing that wildly, and Naos is usually taken aback by Gian Sandy's plays. It's a big win for 1MS for even more reasons as Ching.
Nice peek from Ching.
Gets M and Ja also falls. Because last time when Naos got that rifle,
Got the outlaw for Senior Carl.
Where 1MS is getting back at them.
1MS, slowly but surely, this deficit being erased.
Toxin screen down.
The outlaw here, big threat.
Good rounds so far from 1MS on the defense. I mean, really making use of
Almost been there, knowing that hey, we have that we still do.
the early round wins to snowball it, but
At the Naos, this is their chance to get to double digits. They play it a lot more slowly this time. They still condition the A side defense with the toxic screen. And 1MS, they're quad stacking off this. Ching is all alone, and the mid to B pivot is dangerous here for 1MS right now.
I still think that Gecko is one of the best initiators on this map.
Oh,
I think Fade is part of that as well. And but the thing is, obviously, the Sova with the shock darts, it's just so important right now, considering how Cypher is the meta right now.
Look.
Sentinel.
Trip to hold market as well. They have their own Showstopper and Thrash, so they're looking to play retake on B. You're just basically covering the right side of the site, right? Market and the right side with the trips.
All the trips here are
And originally the cam, it gets taken out, but
almost goes down there.
so you know they haven't quite filled that side.
Search for more, but
You're even prepared for the push out. Gives you a chance to get close into it. Good double swing. They're gonna save the Showstopper as well. It's a huge round.
they are bringing it close here, 1MS. As you mentioned, only a single round away. And now are typically a team who, after calling a timeout, are hit the same strides they were a while ago. As I was saying, this defensive side, when you're
Smokes are enough to dissuade them, or rather dissuade 1MS. But as soon as we start, Insanity brings out the operator on the Gecko of all agents, and look at him reposition towards market. That
Wait, what? How does he? Oh,
that the smokes are enough to dissuade them.
dude, his
Agent-
body freaking flies out. He's on the right side of the door. He flies to the left. It's crazy.
Rather dissuade 1MS, but as soon as we start, Insanity brings out the operator on the Gecko of all agents, and look at him reposition towards market. That door is wide open for good reason. Mojer already paying there to get back into cover. There's danger afoot here for now. Is playing at mid.
very, very...
Well, they heard the op, so surely they're fairly wary of it. Yeah, smoke getting ready.
They don't have that Dizzy. They don't have the wingman for the clear. All they have is a boombot and maybe a cam to throw out, potentially the dart and that drone, but that ain't nearly as efficient as 1MS has.
Yeah, there's so much utility for the corner. Channing boy though holding steady, but these fights can be dangerous for now. 1MS with another one.
Good double triple swing.
Package is sent back.
Good send on the Showstopper.
The Astro is gonna get found, and Mojer's maximized. He picks up a rifle. Double stack from wingman to clear out Link. He can't. He peeks over alley, but here we go. 2 waiting, saves the operator instead.
Short side of aim, the clutch
That's one thing that they can do really well with Mojer in the roster.
Still have the... Oh, no, it's back on to Senior Carl. Dizzy. Oh, he gets tagged, though. He has to back out. It's a good chase. I've been really liking watching Mojer's raise. I feel like he plays it quite well for the team on Naus.
A single column even here, Black and Blue. Mojer is stuck in no man's land.
Senior Carl being taken down is definitely going to make things more difficult. They still have the operator. That could be the equalizer they have now, especially as Naus are looking to commit here towards his A site for the most part, but that mid presence could also shake things up. If they make enough noise to pull the defense away, Naus might have...
Ooh, they got contact on mid.
In the map already, Mojer waiting patiently for the kill on...
Dude.
For the most part, but that mid presence could also shake things up. If they make enough noise to pull the defense away, Naus might have an opportunity.
They both get contact on mid, but it's one MS that is scared to try to make a move here because they've stacked A. Mojer just waits for it. Waits for more as well. And then you still have the lurk on Jacques because you have the numbers advantage. You still have 40 seconds. This is, I mean, Naus is playing this so well because you have entire mid control and you have time to rotate, so no reason to rush. Just see if they still make any more mistakes. Now, 1MS will just now decide to stick with it.
Neurotheft gonna be the play, and into the side we go. Chingo and Channy Boy, they're massive with a shot. Ski Insanity has no fear, and 10 seconds is not enough to get back into coverage. Shot finds the pick, and now let's make it to 11. That could have been it here for one.
Unfortunate. There was a chance to play for time there.
Neurotheft, Channy Boy just kind of
strong dead in that last third from 1MS yet.
Last one count down scoreboard. They just know what to do to be able to clutch things out and a bit more composed, which, to be fair, 1MS have also shown, but somehow Naus are bringing these rounds back, which almost seem unwinnable.
Yeah, quick decisions are always key. But here we go again into round 20. Naus, they play into mid here.
So no more op.
Like
They're just holding top mid. They're holding market with a molly in hand.
And instead, peer into how A main set up.
So the toxic screen makes you want to invest both people on A so that you don't give the entry point for free. Now they're going to start to push out a little bit with the one-ways. And I'm prepared for the second refresh. There you go. Good Mosh and Wingman. You know they're in if you're following the Wingman. Oof, the smoke. The smoke dissipates right as the thrash comes out. That's unfortunate. The initial hold was good. They had the right idea, right? So because of the timing, you throw the Mosh. You know the entire team's not going to be able to get in. The Cyber Cage buys enough time. You know they haven't pushed it. And G-Insanity makes sure he can't get crossfired either, so he holds an angle. But... Wait, why does, why does Senior Carl back out from that?
Let's see if it works.
Yeah, Mosh Pit and Wingman both utilize the Insanity. They'll finding Jaw along the way.
Still got other util, but let's see if it works.
Yeah, Mosh Pit and Wingman both utilize the Insanity. They'll finding Jaw along the way. And one MS gets the numbers bandaging. Insanity has to clear angle and thrash it.
There's nothing stopping him.
Still got other util, but let's see if it works.
Yeah, Mosh Pit and Wingman both utilize the Insanity. They'll finding Jaw along the way. And one MS gets the numbers bandaging. Insanity has to clear angle and thrash is the play from the corner. But he's found by Mojer as the smoke dissipates.
Oh, I wonder. Oh, is it? Oh, it might be the death on Astro. Yeah, it is. The death on Astro pulls him back, thinking that that's it's good lurk from Nexi. What in the spaghetti? This is Philippines Challengers League. Just going through a couple cherry-picked games from all the different Pacific sub-regions today.
There are only two players remaining there on the side. I think it was like Amon and Mojer and then Poppy Chulo off the lurk. And yet they somehow were able to land these shots. Maybe a bit of fortune, I guess, with, as you said, the kind of overplay coming from 1MS against Sandy on his thrash. But those type of things are few and far between, and yet now let's just keep on finding them going their way.
Yeah, it's in 3 rounds in a row, and 1MS is forced to just go for the aggression.
Well,
takes advantage of the chaos. And Sandy, same thing, same place. And that's one thing 1MS can always...
Okay. I mean...
Overplay coming from 1MS against Sandy on his thrash, but those type of things are few and far between, and yet now let's just keep on finding them going their way.
I mean, this is how I push mid in my solo queue games. I mean, the smoke works.
That's one thing 1MS can always do. Use firepower to fight back. Expectation, though, Poppy Chulo up close, and your car will fall.
There's no, except there's no real way out of it, but...
1MS, they equalize the numbers, timing though perfect from Insanity, and the advantage swings back towards 1MS.
It is good though for John to be on this controller, on this Omen, because knowing he has a.
All right, Shannon boy, you gotta figure out where we're going here.
Try and go a bit more aggressive with these
Can't just keep
plays.
ping-ponging back and forth.
And after, it's getting
I mean, you guys are 3v2.
But Papi Chulo here and Eman, a 2v3 for them. There's an ult available.
They have a pit.
Bodies to play off of it.
Are we really?
Here once Kian makes contact, if he doesn't find the one, then now they do have a chance. But
Angle. Oh, but it's even better! It's even better from M and FPS and into the B site. We
Man.
a 2v2 here, black and blue, and now, again, they're just making miracles happen.
Spike planted.
somehow they get the plant down. This is the ult they needed. But, I mean, they know they're there anyways. It's the Toxic Cloud, rather the Viper's Pit, that's going to be a problem. Especially if Papi Chulo can get himself back in. Is he going to get inside?
No, he's not. But Hunter's Fury is available, and now can play a game of keep away. Papi Chulo needs to play guard duty now. Amando's going to swing at it, gets the peek, sees the two in front of him. Papi Chulo sees them all lined up. And
My
now play
goodness.
guard duty now. Tone in those.
When in doubt, just shoot them. Shoot them in the head even. It's a surefire way. That was listen, this is the thing though, right? This is the thing with the Philippines. The Philippines, I mean, every challengers region, especially in Pacific, but like I feel like the Philippines has some good mechanical players. And just some more, just a little bit more, just some direction can make them into some better teams and better players for sure. But it's a shame. Before I forget, before we move on to the next game, actually, let's look at the split. And then after the split, we'll I forgot to pick out a game from Revenant, so we'll do that from South Asia. See how SK Rossi and the boys looked towards the end of the round robin.
And it will take too much time. It will take too much time. No, it's because I'm not gonna start. I'm not gonna start. Okay, I'm not gonna start. I can explain it to you after the cast. But in any case, I'll go back to something Valorant.
Oh, 1MS played Breach. Okay.
That's something to really consider.
Breach, Astra. Astro playing Astra.
I guess my concern here for 1MS is, will they be outsped by a double duelist with those smokes not there in time?
Well, let's not forget Astra at some point in time during the Astra meta was one of the, if not the, most highly touted controllers we have here in the scene. Few really reach those heights as well. In this case, he's gonna go back to that signature agent of his. We're gonna find out if it really still is his true calling.
Yeah, sets up the Nebula on top of the crate to sort of pseudo one-way in a way. But in any case, 1MS right now.
Okay.
On the opposite end, already Ja has actually gotten.
Everyone's already here for 1MS.
This is what I'm concerned about when you're playing the Astra itself. Ja would find out the insanity. Now has gotten 3 here. Make that 4.
But now it's just gonna win every fight.
Trailblazers there. Stunts perfect. King with a beautiful shot to get 4 at the very least. But Emma keeps everything calm, and the pistol goes Naos' way.
That was looking so good for Naos, and then it suddenly wasn't because Ching just had something else to say about it. And luckily at the end, Emon coming in big. I think his opening guy you like.
Ching got 4. Ching got 4 in that round. You flooded the site, and you also, dude, is this quality ever gonna get better on YouTube?
Already Ja has actually gotten in there. Mojer same could be said. And then
You're telling me all 4 of these guys didn't find a single kill? I mean, G Insanity dying first hurts a bit, but it's not like they wrapped all the way around. You're telling me you guys have them in the choke point and B main, and none of you 4 got a kill? That is rough.
Astro's here and Mojer quickly without much of a problem helped out in the end.
Yeah, and that's my concern here for 1MS right now. Do they have enough speed?
That is rough.
These 2 duelists. Yes, Astro can do it. Yes, Shiny Boy can do it. Yes, Insanity can do it.
I feel like great mechanical talent, no direction is the international tagline. Probably for a lot of games, actually. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, how do you grow good coaches, right? How do you grow good coaches? Like, because there's 2 things that need to, well, there's several things, but there's 2 big things that need to come with it. One is somebody needs to know how to coach well and be willing to share that spread that information. But 2, or at least lead by really apparent example. But 2, similar to players and casters and broadcasters and everything, the infrastructure needs to be there for it to be at least mildly enticing for someone who has the passion to do it. And I don't know if either of those are really there for APAC overall. Man, you guys have been really hating on Revenant's Icebox. Is it really that bad? I don't. Did they? I think I watched one, but that was like the first week where things just looked bad for Revenant, but they were still winning.
Or rather, amazing, honestly, in his hands. And that's the beauty of having
But maybe it's been the same since, I guess.
In any case, now it's on the bonus. Not the best buy for them. A Bucky, Blue Bulldogs, Senior Carl, first contact. Pain shells now, ready to receive over onto Mojer.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
He misses the shots. And the security
I mean, he
guard
actually
will not
should have
get
gotten that shot, but
One MS holding off everyone so far.
That should have been a kill. Senior Carl was 5 HP there and not even a single pellet tags him.
Yeah,
Unfortunate for him, but well, next he gets a pick.
It's just Bucky things, honestly, not the best gun, really. This Poppy Chulo watching out for defense, find key insanity, pressure's on though because of the gravity well, and his forces now to advance.
there's a world.
Like they watch over onto the ropes, make some noise with the gun itself. You mentioned it, Senior Carl, 5 HP. Next, he just needs to breathe on his opponent.
Yeah, just put some pressure back on defense. Double team back up.
Oh no, Senior Carl! Senior Carl, go!
I don't think Nexi knew where that shot came from.
Oh no, Senior Carl! Senior Carl, God spot is just.
Thought it was gonna work out for now because they had Senior Carl
A
next to
darn
him.
shame.
He thought he was within the
Still proving they can still fight back, and now they're the ones who ultimates before. Now it's esports here, actually. I'm watching out though. Can they use it from the shadows or the neural theft moving into this round? Next, yet again, playing the lurk, allowing any kind of rotation for Naos to happen later on.
The spy cam battle
turn for Naos early on, but
of A main.
make that contact towards mid and B main especially. You can see here 1MS just trying to make sure that they
Does
they keep their heads
I
up on
forget?
the
Does
situation.
1MS win
Towards
this?
mid, confirms that, hey, the push might be coming.
No.
See 1MS posturing to try and defend.
I don't think so, but I think it gets close.
That shifts to a mid take when they
But I'm
have
starting to
the
wonder-
opportunity for it. And 1MS, they respond in kind with those numbers up on heaven. 4 of them
Is that just a matter of them starting on defense?
Leaving the Cyphers to have their own kind of game towards A. And in any case, now it's still the slow play. Shanny Boy waiting for any contact here from Garage.
Yeah, they haven't
I mean,
done
now
much
this isn't-
defense away too. And so they're gonna be executing
They didn't do much in the first minute of this round.
Allowing any can they use it from the shadows?
You put up a smoke in mid.
Into this round.
What else did we use?
Playing the lurk, allowing any kind of rotation for
Probably the guiding light at some point. I mean, it is a lot of jump peeking, but you're not on defense. Okay, you fired a shot and brought out a smoke in both mid and B main.
especially. You can see here 1MS just
Okay, so off of contact, fine.
situation. The smoke is
Then use a trailblazer.
The push might be coming. Make sure that they keep their heads up on the situation.
Now, it gets shot pretty early, so I guess you wouldn't know for sure where it came from.
Yeah, their default here for now has been basically a 3-1.
Since it was with the Phantom.
A mid take when they have the opportunity for it. And 1MS, they respond in kind with 1.
But
Trying to make sure that they keep their heads up on the situation. The smoke towards mid confirms that, hey, the push might be
so you
coming.
hear the Cypher retreat from A,
For now has been basically a 3-1-1.
right? He takes his cam back, and surely next he heard it.
1MS, they respond in kind with those numbers up on heaven. 4 of them stacking up towards B, actually.
And then they're gonna go B.
Towards mid confirms that, hey, the push might be coming, and see 1MS posturing to try and defend.
Yeah, their default here for now has been basically a 3-1-1 that shifts to a mid take when they have the opportunity for it. The Cyphers, they'll have their own kind of.
Yeah, they haven't done
The worst part is like if they're gonna win this round.
Danny Boy onto the side. The Dizzy's also there for support. Astro on the board. And 1MS is set up here. But Poppy Chulo knows down any. They'll have their own kind of game towards A.
What did I say?
Still the slow play. Shanny Boy.
How do they win this round?
Yeah, they haven't done much to pull that defense away too. And so they're going to be executing into the full force of 1MS's defense. Does not look good.
Danger sure, but at least Ja able to.
So they're going to be executing into
Wait,
the
where?
full
How?
force of
Oh,
1MS's
Mosier
defense. Does not look good.
Danger sure, but at
gets
least Ja
past the
able
fault
to
line.
control
Okay,
line.
he doesn't land on the box, but he does
Dizzy's
create the
also there for support.
crossfire.
Astro on the board.
The thing is actually the beginning part of this defense is fine. It plays exactly the way you wanted it to, right? You isolate the Jet, he's dead. The Dizzy makes sure that there's no further backup that can get in.
Fault line has to deal with Shanny
You're
Boy.
making sure you delay that even further. The Wingman to cover the box. Astro gets that kill.
He's also
And then Emin just
there for support. Astro on the board.
goes ham with
1MS.
Poppy Chulo.
Shanny Boy onto the side.
I mean,
Dizzy's
Poppy
also there
Chulo,
for
this
support.
is Poppy Chulo just like saving the round on his own by just never losing sight.
Astro on
into
the board.
backside.
1MS, they're set up here,
And he
but
actually gets the kill with 5
Chulo
HP
knows down
left.
any form of resistance. Next, he also with a big win onto Senior Carl. It's Ching now all alone in a 1v3. Trying to find
When in
anywhere
doubt,
else to
just
play from,
shoot
but
back.
Evan has his number and
Now
MS.
All right, this game, I don't think the scoreline's not as exciting for the same reasons that I was hoping it would be.
Looking to try to aggress here towards this Ramen. Let's take a sip out of the jar and takes him down for the round. So a good aggressive play that goes unpunished here from 1MS.
And this is what I'm talking about. They're so good at those plays. Utility setup.
Where did that get canceled from?
Good aggressive play that goes unpunished here from 1MS.
And this is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
They're so
gets
good
shot
at
right
those
away.
plays. Utility setup, get a pick like that, and get out. But Cheng has been overrun. Eman finds the frag, and now as esports now, they're thinking about advancing a bit deeper, but with the numbers, they stay away from the screens instead.
And
Raise
Seekers.
Mojer. He's up top here by the window. The
So you know
Seeker
one's
gets one
invent,
play.
only one invent.
Now is already priming the paint shell. Smoke dissipates. Giansanti spotted, hit by the wall bang. Asher though gets his gun back out in time.
Nexie's
The
still
Crazy
here.
Crazy
You
Crazy Crazy
still
Crazy
have
Crazy
Papi
Crazy
Chulo
Crazy
as
Crazy Crazy
well.
Crazy though, sent flying onto the main angle. Nexie with one, and Eman
Yep.
finishes up.
Actually, maybe it does get close for exciting reasons. Because I think it ends 13-10, and 1MS is already down 1-4 on the defensive side.
Up and down motion, the high-low between Shanny Boy as well as Senior Carl, really surprising Mojer there. So pick from 1MS, Jaw priming the dash, thinking there'll be contact, but he strolls his way into the vents and tries to play towards the tower here.
I mean, the thing is at the end of the day, like now it's with the double duel, it's like, yeah, they're gonna have to get contact and dive in. So, I mean, I don't know how I feel about everyone going out for 1v1s against an eco round, but
Esto over onto Nico State, up and down
I mean, that's
motion, the
just a good
high-low between
shot.
Shanny Boy as well as Senior Carl, really surprising Mojer there. So pick from 1MS, Jaw priming the dash, thinking there'll be contact, but he strolls his way into the vents and tries to play towards the tower here.
It's a good pick off from 1MS, but we've seen Naos take these rounds back.
I mean, they just seem like, right? Like these are times where, okay, you already pushed to this. You could really just hold here while you get the spike.
Good pick off.
So it's people getting picked off. Eman's somehow probably going to clutch this anyway, along with Papi Chulo. I mean, these guys, Papi Chulo and Eman are both so good, too. So it's like, which is why I'm kind of excited for this team. Okay, they're not going to win this round. But, like, I think Naos can make some waves all the way through Ascension. I think they can get all the way through. Like, I've been impressed with Mojer as well. I mean, all these guys, they've been around a little bit, so we've seen them play before, but even if the direction seems to be a little lacking sometimes, NT.
And Mojer eventually finds Senior Carl, but Giansanti pushes on forward. Channy Boy still here into the middle, and Naos knows they cannot cross this line. So much danger in front of them here.
But the thing is
instead, let's see what Nexie perhaps
will they find the guidance to keep up with anyone at the top level? I'm not so sure.
Playing into heaven, Asher though and Giansanti will be the resistance, and suddenly Giansanti finds Papi Chulo, the scraping motion, Asher still.
Eman, that the rights there to push away too many.
Jane comes in, esports, and they get out. I would freak out.
That'd be crazy, but we've seen crazier flicks, Dax. We've seen crazier stuff happen here in VCT, but this alas is not going to be. I do like here the Rolling Thunder play. It actually almost worked on out because the Trailblazers they could have WP'd that and fallen prey to him, but luckily for them they escaped that timeline. But do we get the
I mean, the blast pack back out by Senior Carl really saved that round.
Still, they don't care. You can see us coming, but it doesn't matter because now has all guns blazing here.
Or tried to save that round, rather. And it's another eco.
Velocity angles. It's what has allowed.
At the end of the opening map of the series, and we're mentioning it that them playing off of each other, they're the best team arguably at doing that here in our tournament. That's why they find their success. Senior Carl shutting down Mojer before he even gets going.
Well, 1MS is one of the team's best at peeking early, and as you mentioned, Mojer can't even find the flight path. He's already down.
Good peek.
And waiting for any kind of contact early on.
And then the push out of B. That's good, right? You hear them trying to set up for early ramps control. The only problem is there's no way for you to provide backup fast enough for Cheng, and they have no idea about mid, and they didn't even suspect it, so that's rough. Can you watch Fennel and see if they are Ascension contenders? Well, we'll watch at least one game of Revenant. We're going to do that next. And then I was kind of debating between Thailand and Japan. But we'll look at Fennel, since you so kindly asked. Mostly just because I think Full Sense and Myth probably both look pretty decent, so I'm just curious if they're doing anything new or if there's any craziness from players that I wasn't keeping my eye on, right? Like players outside of all the OG Full Sense boys and like Kadoom and CGRS, but yeah, let's look at Fennel. I am because I would love to see Japan get better as a whole region.
You mentioned it, Ja, yet again. I looked at him, I watched him die. 1MS draws first blood here.
Ill-advised. 3 players here from 1MS towards mid. He was all alone.
Showstopper.
It's gonna be difficult now that 1MS have the player.
Pick that back up on sites from Naos.
Okay, 1MS playing a bit more as a team.
very
right?
close there because they trigger those
Still leave one for a lurk after making noise exiting the site.
off of the tripwire ping.
Group is 4, now group is 5. You got the fault line set up.
They're gonna come his way.
That's the only corner you needed to check. It's a good check. Paint shell for paint shell. Poppy Chulo. Good shot from afar. It's a good retake.
At least at 1 FE, if not active, but where's the counter-racking force from Naos? Where is their own just simply dominating and suffocating execute?
Man just wants to watch the W key. Yeah. And I agree with you. Come on, you're playing Jet Rays, might as well go for it. The problem is that's against 1MS, and we've seen multiple times Senior Carl find the answer in the last few
Dude,
rounds. That 1MS
planting Senior Carl this far out.
To challenge anyone coming his way, but
Just watching. Okay, I mean, he was confident he could get the kill through the wall, which he did. But that's not the angle your teammates could have covered. What would have been, I think what could have been, I mean, again, this stuff is like hindsight, right? But if you're going to push out this far, and if you are thinking about pushing out this far anyway, like at that point, you have a Thrash that you can recover. So like, why not use the Thrash to cover this side so they can't peek out on it too early? Or they can try to shoot it down, but then maybe you hold that. And if they don't shoot it, you just launch the Thrash. And as you're launching it, you peek out, right? There's things like that that you could have done if you're going to invest so much. If you're going to try to commit to this anyway.
Rounds that 1MS has taken. Speaking of, he's very willing to challenge anyone.
Like, I thought they were going to use the Thrash at some point. So they do start peeking out, but like Shannon Boy's just not in range to provide support either. So it just seems like this is one of those situations where 1MS, they couldn't decide as a whole, like, if they wanted to play high risk or not, because it doesn't matter if it's at the beginning of the round or you know 30 seconds into the round. Once you have like more than 2 people in this zone as the defenders, it's a very high risk play. Like, unless you're already set up for the crossfire and you're immediately double swinging both angles, like, it's going to be very high risk. But if you take it and either you win the fights or there's no one, you get a lot of info. So you kind of have to commit to that, or if not, use like utility, or literally just send Senior Carl onto an island, which I guess as a result, that is kind of what happened. Use the fault line to delay. So, I mean, I guess, but you know, you had a Thrash, so I think there's a world where you could have used it better. You still have the trips to delay on A.
Playing a little bit more patiently coming into these rounds. Fight for mid. They expect Channy Boy to burn utility just because of their immediate presence.
Yeah, they don't have any information on Mayo, so he has to use all that utility. So no breach utility left.
Got to flick it. Here we go on to B instead. Eman finding Astro despite the stars in the way. Gi and Santi though at the heart of the enemy. Poppy Chulo found in the TP. He's watching out for Heaven. Ching also with a helping hand, but Naos have the advantage. Naos has the sight lines, and from this point on, it's Ching who has to fight on back. 1v1. Eman has the spike, and Eman has the shots. Naos will take
the time. I mean, it's rough because that angle sucks to hold when you're stuck in that corner.
Just hasn't been given much of a chance to get himself going there. He's gonna be a lot more wary about that mid lurk now on the final round.
Yeah, and 1MS, they actually decided to play aggressive into the garage. Mid is wide open. Naos though have decided to stack towards A. And finally, do we get a full execute from Naos against these forces? Channy Boy though prepped up.
Dude, look at all the util on A though. Oh, that trip. That trip is everything.
We'll just catch him in the act. Found flying, Senior Carl will fall. A 5v4 as Naos take the sights.
But it, so the showstopper there itself is not the worst thing. I believe the fault line gets used too, so like, yeah, that's fine. But here's the other thing is that like, you're sending him alone, unless you get like everybody, whether you shoot the showstopper here, or here, there's 2 other spots that you can't clear right away, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess you're hoping that you get a 1-for-2 trade, but there's just like, you've already emptied the site for a retake anyway. So again, it's like, could you have waited 3 more seconds to do that and have your teammate come in to trade with you and make sure you're taking ramp? And you don't have to work for it again like they are right now? You probably could have.
He got the spray, he got the shot, and Nexi, he's going nuclear here! 4 with the single clip, Sheen cannot handle the numbers on the opposite.
And that probably wouldn't have happened. That's rough.
PH in the 3, 13 kills to his name, some big wins.
So you're telling me, well, MS, surely they win the pistol if they're bringing this back all the way to 13-10 or 10-13.
I'll give you a weird statistic here, Dax.
All right.
But in any case, the stats right now have been in favor of 1MS coming into the pistol. And with
Is it a big Ching lurk? Nope. He's just gonna flood the site again. I actually like that. Instead of going for the risk on the pistol. Okay.
So easy for them to overpower any team in this tournament.
Let's be real, they have one of the fastest TTKs in the tournament right now. Very quick.
Dizzy, they didn't check the corner, but they're very well aware that they didn't.
Overpower any team in this tournament.
Let's be real, they have one of the fastest TTKs in the tournament right now. Very quick with the time to kill. But Emman holding over onto the corner, tries to be cheeky with the angle. Poppy Chulo is good for 2 with a free gun. But beyond that, it's 1MS already getting the site. The Boombot though doesn't find the terms to kill. Here we go again, another contender.
No.
Last Hurrahs make their way into the side. Big damage onto Senior Carl confirms the kill. Here we go again, another contender. Nexi though wants to go for the overrun. Ja has fallen.
Okay, they spawn him at the end.
But Ching onto the site and Ching with a beautiful shot.
The kill feed says got those kills, but really was. And
number 2, we are both. And let's see what they can do now. We saw the swing though from 1MS winning the bonus a while ago on Sunset. Does it happen yet again to try and force out the potential map number 3 tripwire? Already trigger on the Senior Carl. No vents is taken here by 1MS.
Okay, but you ran into no one on heaven, nothing on male. Oh, you're trapped, but it's yeah, that's rough. Right? I mean, here's the thing: is that here's another situation where okay, you heard one person, and eventually you hit that trip, and that's your own smoke, right? So you've closed that off. So the fact of the matter is you are only confident about one person here, and there was no contention here, nor here, at least not strongly. So to then commit to a B hit seems a little ill-advised. But Naus plays it even better where they push out, because they got cut off in mid, so their backup can't come fast enough. So they push out, and that's what really catches 1MS off guard. So it's well played by Naus.
Behind the initial push of Naos, and that buddy system allows him to net those kills. Senior Carl and Shani Boy trying to reclaim that spike, but Poppy Chulo is ready for anyone coming his way. A jump peek now. Poppy Chulo with 3. Senior Carl with the trade, sure, but there's even more danger. Josh should have the angle, and he is trained on it. Senior Carl with the fight back. Beautiful beginning.
I mean, you have 40 seconds, no reason to rush it. He's gonna walk in.
But here we have it. Nicely done, Naos.
Yeah, synchronized peek once more there. It's gonna be ult now.
Same. Boombot immediately used mid, and Santi throws out to Dizzy, and it's just perfectly angled for him to get it back. That's why you have some of these.
I don't know. Not really seeing too much from 1MS here on the defaults. I mean, the set play is also nothing crazy that's unimaginable.
And get that away from this. The repetition as 1MS make it to 7.
But honestly, I think Naus can get far in Ascension. The thing is I would, as great as I think they will be, and they will continue to be in the Philippines and potentially Ascension if they make it there, it's kind of similar to Naus last year.
I mean, it happens for 1MS anyway, right?
Or to a certain extent, Boom last year, where it's like the firepower is there, but you kind of don't know what to do when you're not getting contact or you're not winning that contact, right? So I don't know if I would favor them to win Ascension. Obviously, it depends on which teams make it, but who knows? They won't even make it. They won't. There's a world where they don't make it, but I'm just saying if they do. As much as I think they're a strong team, seems like they still struggle with the idea of the only way to win it is to get contact and fight with contact, which again is at the end of the day it's an FPS, but okay. Let's check out who did I say? Revenant. And then we'll look at Fennel. We'll watch Veral versus Fennel, but we are going to do South Asia, Revenant first. Some people were asking about Gray Fox. Is that a better match to watch? Is Lotus Icebox split? Revenant still using the Sage. The True Rippers one has Ascent. They're playing Ray's or Gecko Breach as well. I'll think about this while I go to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay. Man, the league play ended on the 16th, and the playoffs don't start until next week? Is there a reason for that? True Rippers uses the Gecko. Gray Fox uses Sky and Omen. These are both pretty good. Oh wait, no, that's Lotus. They're also using the Sage. Let's watch the True Rippers game, just because I'm also interested in how True Rippers plays. I don't mean that I don't care about Gray Fox, but oh, Gray Fox did play second though. Well, that's a good argument. That's a good argument, YouTube. But I feel like I watched that game. No, I watched Reckoning. I watched this. Oh yeah, we watched this Deadlock game together on stream, I believe, way back when. All right. I mean, listen, all of this is a while ago anyway. These are only a week apart, so let's watch the Gray Fox one then. Good shout, good shout. Although I'm kind of curious about. Well, no, we've seen the Gecko. I just don't want to watch. I just don't want to watch Sage mirror matchups on Icebox, but that's okay. We'll do it. Where did it go? There we go. So we had Lotus Icebox Split here. Oh, Split was a bit of a blowout, eh? Same except for Omen Astra. Okay, well we'll cycle through all of these. We'll play it at a bit of a higher speed, but since we want to try to get through all three maps and then watch Varel versus Fennel, we'll put it up to 2 times. Can you tell me what are the stylistic differences between the teams in Masters Madrid? Since you asked right before the VOD review started, let's do a very quick one. Except Team Heretics is probably the only one that I can't give you like a one-line review on because I don't watch as many games from them. We'll just go down the list. So Loud. The thing is actually, I would actually say other than the China teams and like Paper X, I would say stylistically there's not like a vast difference. Like it's not like DRX versus Paper X style differences, right? But Loud currently they're playing a lot of no Sentinel. A decent amount of no dive. They're playing very heavy flashes, and they're looking to basically say that we're either clearing the site on the attack with util and then getting in and then holding post plants, or we're retaking it with similar ideas. That's Loud's idea. Then wait, they played in the old patch. The Sky wasn't nerfed in South Asia. Oh, thanks. I hadn't considered that, but that's a good reminder. I guess that would also make sense why there's a break as well before the playoffs if they want to try to catch up on the patch. Then you have Sentinels, who in general, the reason I would say Sentinels and Carmine Corp are both very strong is I think their overall understanding of their comps and their mid-rounding and how they play around the map. Like they use the map they use a lot of the map. And it's a lot about how they react to each kill, right? So Sentinels, in some way, I don't mean this literally, but Sentinels, the way I view their games is they could all be playing different agents and they would still play a similar style, right? So you take whichever utility you have, you're getting whatever trades and contact you can off of it, and then you're working around the map So if you lose space here, you take space there. If you if you get contact early, you rotate and support. You buy enough time, you keep a timer in your head. Other utility comes up from the opponents, etc., etc. Like that's kind of the big thing for Sentinels, and I think that's why they've been successful in Kickoff Americas. Because that way, again, no matter what happens, you have the calculation in your head, or you're running the multiverses in your head, where you can still get that win. Team Heretics, I'm going to skip on a little bit on, but they seem to the little I've watched is it's a lot of setting up for Miniboo to succeed as the duelist, and then Menji Fish is a very reliable Sentinel. Again, I've only named 2 players there. That doesn't mean that they're the only good ones. It just means like that's kind of the spotlight. Carmine Corp, again, similar to Sentinels in my head, but Carmine Corp seems to play a lot more like based on we know what our comp does so well, and then our trades are kind of based around that. So to me, Carmine Corp kind of feels in between Sentinels and Gen G. And to explain that, let me explain Gen G, where they just play like almost full contact, but not at the speed of Paper Rex. So Gen G will always live and die by the 1-4 default on almost either side. And they will always make sure that they are stacking the odds in their favor in terms of numbers, right? So they're always trying to make sure that they have more numbers than the opponent. And that's the goal for Gen G. This results in a lot of Gen G's rounds getting a little messy in the result because they're winning it off of trades back and forth. But at the end of the day, it happens enough times that they get the win. Paper Rex still hasn't quite figured it out. I would actually see Paper Rex as the team that has figured out their own color and style the least in this tournament, which is kind of a rare thing to say for Paper Rex. But I think they're still trying to see how Monyet fits into the original Paper Rex style and how they need to adapt to it. They're still very aggressive. And I would say currently the successes they did find in Kickoff to me was mostly off of Mind Freak. And his lurks and his timings and his trades were really what was kind of the glue that was keeping the team together during Kickoff. But aside from that, I would say Paper Rex is still they're flipping and flopping just a little bit. I have faith they'll figure it out. Will it happen for Madrid? I don't know. EDG, again, mostly off of just good contact. Within China, they still use the map the most, I would say, in a lot of cases. Where they will play, they're playing like the most textbook in China, I would say, right? Like you get contact, you rotate. You get a kill, you shift your weight. You get killed, you shift your weight. And then you set up for trades. But still a little bit more heavy on the default style with some lurks coming in from Chichu. But with EDG, basically what's really going to carry them through to the very finish line, if they get there, is going to be that they have some of the best sharpshooters in the game. FPX, they play a little wild. They play a lot of high-risk Valorant. In some ways, sometimes this holds them back because they kind of play with their own assumptions, right? They have these like ideas and set plays in their mind of we're going to use like this utility and that's the advantage it's going to get us. And sometimes you can tell they didn't quite consider what the opponent's utility might do to their own play, like how it might affect their own play. But it is very much about taking off timings against the opponent, using utility to really gain an advantage in the fights, and then in another way, it is similar. They're kind of a mix of Paper X and Gen G in my head. Dumbo, thank you so much for the Prime resub, 35 months. Welcome back, really appreciate it. Welcome. So FPX, personally, I find FPX really fun to watch. Like, they have some wonky comps too, similar to Loud, right? They both kind of have their own interpretations of the current meta in Valorant. But the difference is Funplex Phoenix is not as drilled. But Funplex Phoenix, like, whenever they choose to take their actions, it's very aggressive. So that's my quick rundown. But again, they were all playing against different opponents, so we'll really get to see each of their interpretations going into this tournament. It's funny you would say that, because I think the reason, basically, all the teams that won for a similar reason with slight differences in, like, if you gave them a stat sheet like an RPG, like where are they scored 10 versus 8 versus 7, right? Like, that's the difference. Is it like trading versus like op usage versus using stuns and flashes to get better fights, to get better first contact versus, you know, set plays to open the site, like Loud. But I would say Loud has a very distinct play style. I would say Paper Rex has a very distinct play style, and I would say to a certain extent EDG has a pretty distinct play style, and I would actually say Gen G probably has a more distinct play style as well. But then like Sentinel and Carmine Corp probably can end up feeling similar, but then the difference comes into their interpretations of the compositions and things like that. But now going back to our regularly programmed South Asia VOD review. Hey, well, I've been trying to watch the Korean Challenger games today, but can't find any streams. Today, I don't know if there are any streams. So here's the thing. Every Friday, the matches for Challengers Korea are not broadcasted. The only way they will have a stream is if the team decides to stream it one way or another. And so I was told the reason I wasn't able to do it today at all, that I didn't even attempt, was originally I was told, but even if you get the observer account, because every team got one observer account. So even if I were to get it, what the TO told me, the tournament organizer told me, was that I could only observe that team's POV. So I was like, then I don't want to do it live co-stream. But then they told me, actually, you know what? If you get the rights from both teams, and you could watch both teams. So then I'm like, oh, originally I thought maybe I'll try that for today, but so I was going to ask IAM and their match against Nongshim today, because I think that's going to be a fun match, or it should have been a fun match. But obviously, if you haven't been following, IAM just like literally this week went through a roster change as Zest has joined Bleed. So they brought on Goddead, and they just looked so lost yesterday, and they just looked stressed out that they were lost. I mean, they were smiling at the end, just accepting the fact that they were going to lose that game because of the roster change. But you know, and I was like, I don't want to message any of these guys and be like, yo, by the way, like, can I stream this like while you guys are looking bad? So what I'll probably do is I'll try to send out like a blanket contact to all the teams for next week and be like, yo, are you guys cool if I stream your games on Friday for the English audience? And then if they say yes, then next week we can maybe do that. Hey, Drastic. Yeah, no problem, Sanjay. Feel free to ask at any point. Where is our South Asia game? So now we've been going through some of the Pacific subregions today for VOD reviews. Right now we are going to look at South Asia. This one's a little, well, all of their games are pretty old, and I was just reminded that they are playing on the old patch where Sky wasn't nerfed. So Sky's still very much prominent here. So that's we'll just have to keep that in mind. But we are going to look at Revenant and Grey Fox, the rank 1 and 2 teams after league play. Their playoffs are coming up next week. We'll see how they do. After this, we're going to look at Veril versus Fennel from Japan. And then that'll be probably it for today. So Revenant's been playing Deadlock. Did they play Deadlock on Lotus all the way through the end of the league play? I've watched one game of it. As we see, Grey Fox just barrel through the pistol round here. Yeah, this was a cool game. We're going to watch on 2x speed because I want to get through all 3 maps of this and then also watch Veril versus Fennel. So apologize if we're not able to just enjoy the dramatic moments as much, but Just9 shows himself there. The wall's still up though. Eventually it will break. Why is this color different on the timer for this video? Hold on. Well, that's just really good shots, but okay. That suddenly brings the showstopper very close. Sayu's showstopper is still very, very close, much closer, so not the end of the world. But then there's a tech pause, so we're gonna skip. Okay, it starts back soon. I just didn't want to skip over it. Anti-flash. And they just straight up put a smoke. Not even the one way. Dust9 was ready for the anti-flash. Bit of a mishap there. I mean, you're not getting out of that. And just so we're clear, this is Gray Fox's bonus. So the idea here from Revenant is we're going to take full mound control. We're going to shove you back. And if you do try to push back and get contact early, we plant someone here for a trap play so we can get you back. It doesn't happen. But Dust9 getting flashed there by their own flash actually results in that kill because he can't see the Trailblazer. Are these both Indian teams? Yes, they are both. This is from the South Asia Challenger League. Hey, Weil. Thank you. I'm glad we agree. The thing is I think it's hard to have like a mega hot take unless you're sitting there telling people that FPX is going to win Masters Madrid. I actually think most people are going to be pretty aligned. Probably the few differences is I think Team Heretics and Gen G are going to be where a lot of people are split. Because while both of those teams look so good in their regional league, it's going to be a debate of, are you trying to, like, how objectively do you think you're looking at it, right? So some people might rate one of the teams higher, one of the teams lower, but I think aside from that, as hard as it is to rank this Masters Madrid, I also think in some way everyone's going to eventually settle on the same tiers at the very least. Maybe the order is a little different. I'm not very confident in how I rated Heretics just because they're the team I watched the least of, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, yeah. I'm not a doubter of Heretics by any means, but I think it would be very cool for them to like go far, if not even win it in front of the Spanish crowd. I think that'd be sick. TMV said Sentinel's map pool isn't that great. Thoughts on what you think? The thing is I think Sentinel's is strong not because of the map pool. That's why I rate them high. I think Sentinel's strength. This is gonna sound extreme, but I think it ascends map pool, right? I mean, I guess it depends on what TMV meant by that. Because maybe if he's just, well, if he thinks like, well, they're the way they like move on the map is bad, then I guess that's a counter to my argument, and we have different thoughts. But it's like, to me, it's like whether they have bad comps or, you know, a couple bad set plays or angles that they're holding, things like that, couple bad setups. I think the way they adapt and work as a team kind of overcomes a lot of that. So that's why I rate Sentinels very high, and that's why during our tier list, that's why I predicted them to win if I had to choose a winner. That's a good read on the Shadow Step. The deadlock setups on C are pretty good. But again, the problem with this deadlock is always going to be the attack, which when I first saw the Revenant game, it didn't instill any confidence in me for the attack. But that's why they also have Killjoy. So I'm kind of okay with it, right? And so basically what you're doing is on defense, you're saying we'll fight for rubble or mound. I mean, generally they're for mostly mound. Like contact, right? And we'll pressure that. We'll buy time. But we're never looking to like completely win it out. Like even earlier, right? They set up a trap play here, but then they just tried to back down. Obviously, they got caught. Yeah, they suspected that with the location of the smoke. It's a good double swing as well. TMV's overall argument in his tier list video was that, just so we're clear, I did not watch his video yet, so thanks for noting that it comes from his video. I do appreciate that. That there are no godlike teams in the event, unless I'm just deaf and misheard. Are you saying that Sens fundamentals are good, so it doesn't matter what map? Well, I don't think there's any godlike teams. I don't think there's any team that is like by far should be the favorites. I'm not picking Sentinels because I think they absolutely like. I'm not thinking that because I think they're favored against like every other team, no matter what. I don't think that. I think this is like in terms of predictions. I think this is the hardest Masters. In terms of like tier list, I think that's fair. But But what I'm saying is, I think Sen's fundamentals and comms are good in that, yeah, good enough to like overcome some weak maps, like overcome weaknesses in maps. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with what was said, right? Like it's the adaptability. Again, it's the mid rounding, which I think is, again, I mean, obviously, apparently there was the stream or YouTube video that Sadok recently did where he talks about like how he thinks that's when you really see the greatest Valorant is if you've all been exposed and you are still able to adapt mid round, which I kind of agree. But to me, Sentinels does that well, and they're well prepped on that front, if that makes sense. And again, in a similar fashion or similar philosophy, I think that's why Gen G won Pacific as well. Like, they talked about how they were worried that they showed too much leading up to the playoffs and finals, and I said that, and a lot of people thought that. But then you go back and look, and it actually didn't end up mattering that they showed too much. Because they only ever, like, they didn't have, it wasn't like the old Neutron or DRX where they just have this, like, giant album of very specific set plays that they're rotating through. You know, they had some, but it was just enough that they could, like, adapt it just a bit. But the core function of all those set plays was we go in as 3 or 4, right? So, and then they had the aim and the trade to, and the trading on each map, like knowing which angles to hold on every single map to counter that. The map that this did not work out on, very specifically, was Sunset. On Split, they struggled a little bit too, but on Sunset, but that was also like, could you argue maybe it's because Paper Rex's no duelist composition on defense really threw them off? Yeah, probably. So that's why I would rate Gen G high as well. But I think Sentinels does more with it. I think Sentinels does more than just like, we're always going to trade well. I'm not saying Gen G's idea is stupid and simple. I'm not saying it's easy, but I think Sentinels leaves more win conditions on top of good trading. So yeah, but I'll have to check. I've been meaning to check Sliggies and TMVs as well. Obviously, I like to always see what other people think. You know, we don't all have to agree. I kind of like it when we don't all agree, but it's always nice to see what other people's opinions are, and maybe we each miss something that others didn't see, or at least we get an insight into what other people are thinking. So I'll check those out. I didn't watch Sliggies yet either. So, but someone's saying that was technically for the end of the year. I'm not quite sure. I saw it pop up on my feed, so. What do you think about the new Blade team? Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, like, this is good, and I think Retless fine. So in some ways, it's maybe an upgrade. Because while I thought Crazy Guy was good, and I was excited about Crazy Guy, I would say this is better, like, as an individual player. But then, like, the IGLing, if Scary's doing it, like, I don't know. But other than that, like, here's the thing. I didn't think the roster on paper looked bad for Bleed coming into it, so I'm not quite sure. It'll just really come down to how they prep. Funny how RQ could be the second best Pacific team and we don't even know. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Yeah, same with Foot. RQ and Footballers could have been... They could be the lower finals of Masters Madrid and we would never know. Grey Fox is playing this really well against Revenant's comp, though. Except they got blasted there, but it's a good flood from Revenant. Goodbye. You love to see it. The spike got drawn in by the spider web. Oh man.
Yeah, our time इतना कम था स्पार्टस की वहां पर आप कुछ कर भी नहीं सकते थे 15 सेकंड थे तो दूसरी साइड पे वेट करना इतना सेंस बनाता नहीं उस सिचुएशन में चलिए रेवेनेंट लगातार 3 राउंड खींच के अब वो एक डेड साइकिल में फंसाया है ग्रे फॉक्स को एक राउंड बाय मिलेगा आपको उस पे राउंड निकाल लिया तो ठीक है और अभी भी देखिए साइड के अंदर एंटर करने के लिए
Dude, no one has to give me RQ copium. It's just facts, man.
लॉकडाउन में जवाब लॉकडाउन से मिले एंड देन जस्ट फोल्ड टू रीसेट बट इस बार दोस्त ऊपर से थोड़ा फैक्ट ढूंढ रहे थे सेवरीन फंस सकते हैं बच गए 27 एचपी पैसे करने में कामयाब हुए थे बट रॉसी ये डुअल फोर्स कर रहे थे एंड सायो बिल्कुल भाई शेंगो पैराडॉक्स स्नीकली वॉकिंग कर चुके हैं साइड के ऊपर काफी अच्छा लॉकडाउन स्किल्स का और ये सारे फ्लैश पैराडॉक्स के लिए आ सकते हैं सपोर्ट करने के सेवरीन भी है लेकिन सिर्फ एम डुअल से सपोर्ट किया जा सकता है क्योंकि नहीं उनके पास पैराडॉक्स में फन सेवन को पीछे करना पड़ेगा बट नो
Listen, RQ was never given the chance to play against any of the other 3 playoff teams. You cannot objectively prove to me that they are not the second best team. For clarity, I don't think they are, but but you can't prove it. I know you think Paper X is not looking too strong going to mirror. Would you at least agree Paper X has the highest proven firepower out of all the teams there? No. I think I would put EDG above them in terms of pure just like 1v1 firepower of all 5 players. I think it's a little hard because here's the thing about Paper X is that they absolutely have had players of great caliber, and I still think Magnet is also a great player individually. I think they're just still trying to figure out how to make it work on the tempo. But the reason Paper X looks even stronger, I would say, than individual 1v1 play is because they're able to all turn it up to 11 all the time, right? They're all able to aggress up to 11 every round, every game against every opponent, or at least the past roster used to be able to do that. And so if you have good firepower and you're always forcing the initiative, whether you're on attack or defense, you are going to look like the scariest team on earth, right? At that point, though, there is a team factor to that. Again, I'm not trying to take away the individual mechanics. I think the individual mechanics of Paper X are really good, and they're some of the best in the world. But if you really just look at pure firepower 1v1, well, EDG, I guess Howdong's not really up there in terms of firepower, though. But I think EDG's... I think you can compare EDG. I think you can compare EDG. Do I think RQ has the firepower to be second in the league? No. I don't think so. I think RQ needs more if they want to be top, like if they want to be considered top 2, It's not off of firepower. I don't think their firepower is bad, but I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, Heretics has really good firepower. I mean, Karmine Corp clearly does as well. But I would say, like, as great as Karmine Corp and Sen are, like, their strengths are definitely, like, they have great players, and then they have good players, but then they have great teamwork, right? So, like, that like really, I would say Karmine Corp and Sen are cases of where they absolutely have star players, and all 5 of them, like, can clutch up and everything, but, like, they're teams that have figured out how to have great ingredients and then still make the sum greater than all the parts combined. Whereas currently I would say Paper X is a team where I look at and I say individually all the ingredients are great, but the sum is just not quite coming out close to all the combination of the parts, right? Yeah. So again, I think it's a matter of Monette fitting into that system, but also Paper X adjusting their system just a bit to accommodate Monette, right? There's just like, there was not a single other player that I have seen on any other team at VCT Tier 1 that plays like Jing. There's just not another player in the world that played like Jing, right? And you built this team when you first look at the team, you're going to think it was built around Forsaken, but as soon as Jing joined, it was pretty much built around Jing, right? So that tempo, like it's and fitting something into that we thought was going to be tough. Thankfully for Paper X, something fit right into it. I guess not super smoothly, but they were already so dominant in Pacific. But then now you're replacing Jing with someone else. So while, yes, Monette needs time to adapt as well, I think the team probably needs to adapt as a whole just a little bit. I don't think they need to like play slow or anything. I'm not saying they need to change their color, but if they were like a bright red, they might have to go a little bit more like Crimson Velvet. You know what I mean? Like something different. Or like bright pink. Like there needs to be some shift in the spectrum. Yo, Raph. Dude, I can't wait for Choice KO. Can't believe I'm already used to seeing that, but... Would you consider Monette and Controller having more value than being a duelist? I mean... not necessarily. I think that depends on the system. And also, Mind Freak is such a good controller. Do you think Crystal deserves to be playing in the league? I mean, I think it's just like on his own individual skill, I think he absolutely has what it takes to be in the league. Monette is greater than how down firepower is. That's probably true. Were you happy with Elmimore's performance? I was satisfied with Elmimore's performance. I think Elmimore has definitely proven that he can play a lot better, more consistently as well. But Elmimore is also a player where, again, like the consistency was always slightly lacking. Like he was often a very slow starter, and he was kind of a slow starter this kickoff too. So, well, yeah, gotta choose. Actually gets both. Dude, what is going on? How are we losing 2 rounds in a row to time, Gray Fox? 2 rounds. Okay, I wasn't really paying attention to this round, but let's just look at it again. You have Lockdown and Showstopper. They broke Baby Door, so that's an option you can pressure. Okay, the Showstopper got taken out early, which kind of stinks a lot, actually. Did they not know? Does Gray Fox not know that the Baby Door is broken? Oh, maybe they aren't. Because they backed out. Because they move as if they think it's closed. They move as if they can pressure it
इस वजह से अभी के लिए तो nullify हुई है बट एडन किंग
without ever checking for it.
सोलो कंट्रोलर है और बिना स्मोक के रीटेक करना बहुत मुश्किल रहेगा रेवेनेंट के लिए लेकिन अपना 1.5 का काम तो करके गए हैं एक लाइट एलिमिनेट किया और एक को एक छोड़ा है
Maybe. I feel like they should have heard it though.
रीटेक तो कहानी का ईडन ग्रे फॉक्स के पास बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है क्योंकि विभोर के पास लॉकडाउन भी है वहां पे खेलने के लिए प्रॉब्लम सारे बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हुई है ईडन ने अभी अभी फ्लैश किया था और
So, I mean, the thing is, here's the thing about this round. Okay, I see it now. Well, for one, the timing's a little off, and two, I think they weren't quite aware of the circumstance here with Baby Door. But the real crux of the matter is Revenant decides to flip the script on its head and put every single ability they can think of on C site. So like a measly Trailblazer or a Guiding Light is not going to do you any good. And on top of that, the Raze is dead. So Revenant knows that they don't have to worry about C site too much. And so it actually even I would say Revenant didn't even need to move that much towards it. But at the end of the day, it's not like they fill the site. It's not like they pop every util, etc. And then Dust 9, it's a timing thing. Grey Fox just uses too much time.
and they left the site on retake. Now this is going to be a problem because as you said, Rossi ने सिर्फ शरीफ के अंदर इन्वेस्ट किया और भले ही retake की तरफ तो परेशानी है जो यहाँ पे showstopper इन्वेस्ट किया Rossi 5
And putting the lockdown on top of the spike planter is like another thing. That's unfortunate.
ओ डॉस 9 का क्या शोस्टॉपर था वो सिर्फ एक खिलाड़ी एलिमिनेट नहीं किया उन्होंने वो लॉकडाउन भी तोड़ते हुए दिखाई दिए वहां एक अल्टीमेट ने पूरा राउंड खींच
Yeah, I mean, you could tell Monyet was like kind of in panic mode. I don't blame him though. Like, can you imagine playing with Paper X? Not just that speed, but with the expectation that it's just gonna work every time because they've made it work for a year and a half. It's crazy. Something and nobody have single-handedly ruined how we talk about players. Does Revenant look good? I would say Revenant looks promising. I thought that even in their first week of games. I think Severine's calling is quite good. And I think it's very good for South Asia, but in general I think it's quite good. A lot of the challengers regions don't have good IGLs, let alone experienced IGLs, and I think Severine brings a lot of that to Revenant. Man, Robbie on YouTube, listen, I'm one of those people that does think that that's a hot take because I didn't even put something in my top 10 when I submitted it for Plat Chat. Something's good. Here's the thing: is there's a lot of good players going to Madrid, but like, it's not that something is bad. It's not that I think he's like struggling, but I just don't think he showed us enough at kickoff to say that he's top 10. It's crazy because as far as I know, right, only 3 people voted for something on the Plat Chat ranking out of like what? I think there were only like 7 of us, 10 of us this time, but Bala was one of them. And it wasn't that high, which means 2 other people had to have voted something mega high, or we were like all split on our bottom 5 that no one ever got aggregated points, and it was something that got enough aggregated points, but like 2 people had to rate him pretty darn high. And Mimi made the joke that it's probably 2 of the Pacific guys. And guess what? It's not me. So I think there's a very high chance that Paper Thin and Achilleos rated something super high, which is, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm never going to argue that's a terrible take, but I don't think so. Is Revenant, they don't have a coach? I thought they did. Quite frankly, I will also say this though. Oh, they don't have a coach, you're right. I will also say this though. There aren't many great coaches and challengers in general, out especially in the east side of the globe. So it's probably not the end of the world. Like if you have an experienced IGL, like someone who's been playing for a while and calling for a while, you're probably not missing out on too much. I'm not saying that you're fine if you do that in challengers. You shouldn't. You should try to have a coach, but the thing is we just don't have a pool of good coaches. Just in general, I would say, actually, but especially in challengers in the Pacific subregions. So yeah, but that does make timeouts impressive. That's a good point. You know? Yeah, but Severine's been looking to go into like coaching if he's given an opportunity, and he is like he's always considering that as a career move, it sounds like. So it makes all the more sense. Do you think Indian Valor as a region will ever be decent good? I mean, listen, I don't think any region is unless you've already lost like the majority of your player base, at which point then I think it's tough. Obviously, it's not impossible, but then I think it's tough. But dude, Paradox is hitting his ult non-stop, and they're also. Who does he? Oh, and it's the spike again! Dude, and... That's so good. Dude, this is good. Paradox shoots it, and then he just waits until it's popped because it's gonna take a while for it to come in, and there's no one there to deny it. So he just has his sights trained on where this line is going, and as soon as he hears enough gun, it's not even when he sees the thing pop up. It's as soon as he hears gunfire enough that the cocoon is broken. That's insane, actually. The timing is insane. Right? He doesn't see the UI pop up. He doesn't hear the voice line, but he hears the Vandal spray. That's crazy. I mean, the more you think about it, it's not crazy. Like, that should be common deadlock tech at some point, but it's good. Dude, I love players who are smart players more than aim players. Obviously, if you want to be pro, you have to have a certain amount of aim at some point, but dude, I love nerdy players. I love nerdy players. And that is why I will always support my boy FPX Berlin, man. That dude is a nerd. You see the comps and the calls he makes on FPX? That dude is a nerd, and I love it. But anyway, I would say for Indian Valorant, going back to that, listen, I'm not aware of the exact player base, but I'm gonna assume it's still pretty good in India. In which case, like, yeah, I think so. But the thing is that at a certain point, like, there needs to be that one team that isn't just winning South Asia, but like with infrastructure, coaching, and direction that is gonna flip the scene on its head, right? Someone needs to bite the bullet and just say, we're gonna do the not fun stuff to become the best team in this region. Like, it doesn't matter if we're already winning, we need to win harder, etc. And once you have that one team, then people will catch on to it. But before that, it's going to be hard. If no one takes that initiative, because you're always only growing within your own region, and this was the same problem that I think Korea had until Pacific happened, and DRX started to go, to every international event, and then Pacific happened, so all the Pacific teams came to Korea, etc. And then also all the teams kind of, it's a double-edged sword, because all the players are now, like, all the teams are like scrimming in Asia and things like that. But now I think Korean teams and players are getting better. Still far from it, but we're getting better. So it takes a certain team, it takes a certain event for that to happen. World record for most kills is the best of 127 or something. Nobody can't even top that. Also, top one player in Pacific don't even mean more than tech streaming investment. Well, the thing is, listen, when I'm doing, okay, if I'm asked to put in my ranking for players for an event, I am looking at how they looked going into that event. Right? Because otherwise, I tell you what, because otherwise I'm looking at the top 10 and being like, I mean, yeah, these are top 10s, but none of them compare to like Leo and Demon 1 and Alpha Year. You know what I mean? Like, what players might have shown in the past. If you're asking me who do I think are the top 10 players in the world overall in Valorant so far that are currently still playing, right? Like a huge caveat of like, who are, out of all the players that are still playing, who are the best players in the world, like overall? Then that list would be different. But if you're asking me like, out of all the players that are going to Madrid, like rank the 10 best players, then I'm looking at, well, how are they playing, right? So for instance, like if if Les like bottom fragged every game he played for Loud and Kickoff, I would not rate him highly, right? So yeah, the Indian player base is growing. I mean, that's great. Listen, that's always the first step. The thing is, you're as much as it'd be great if the esports scene was separate from just the regular gaming scene, it's not, right? The more players there are, the more people that get interested, the more people that are exposed to it, the more people that will play ranked, the more people that want to get better at ranked, and then the more people that will get scouted, and then eventually the more people that are interested in the actual tournament, etc., etc., etc. Obviously, there's also like a, well, is there support for the scene, etc., and that's going to differ from region to region as well. But the first step is always, is there a player base? Because if there isn't, like we were talking about this yesterday. Oof. Again, C-site, so the new C-site is hard. Ooh, ace. It's annoying. I mean, just in general, I think C-site's annoying, but the new C-site's annoying just because of that extra corner, and like whether it's a human or a turret or whatever else that could be there. What was I saying though? Oh, we were talking about this yesterday. For instance, like the best Korean Dota 2 players weren't bad, right? Like they made some waves, but there just wasn't the scene was diminishing, and at that point the scene just can't grow because there's not enough players, there's not enough teams to scrim with, and then it stinks. Same with CS in Korea, right? So it's like if the player base is growing, that's always the first step that you absolutely need. I don't know if that's exactly the effect that Loud had, but Loud being great and, you know, being a Brazilian team and playing in Brazil helped a lot as well. I mean, yeah, CS and NA, same thing as well. You're right. What are the issues with FPX? First of all, listen. I don't like to diminish things to intangibles, but I definitely think they have trouble closing out games. During the tier list, to simplify it, I said I think they have a choking problem, but really I think they have trouble closing out games. I think they kind of get, like, the nerves kind of get to them, and they're like, oh, we gotta close it out now. Like they start to rush a bit more, like their individual decisions as well when they get close to winning. So I think that's huge. But second, I would say I do think they lack enough fundamentals to become a top team in the world. Right? Like if you, again, similar to Paper X, if you have amazing fundamentals and then you have a crazy style that other people aren't playing, then you're in a good spot. But if it's mostly just your style that's getting you wins, then it's going to hit a wall at some point, right? And then if we want to get into specifics, I think Life is a little too inconsistent. But mostly because of the roles and the style he plays. Like he's also, alongside Autumn, not only is he often playing Duelist, but he's like the one who's, they're looking to get contact and get entry frags and first kills. So that's a little rough, but I do like the way Revenant plays Deadlock. I don't think it's gonna become meta on Lotus, but I like it as a pocket pick. Is there a baseline of fundamentals you think a team should have before they can start going wild? Yes. Well, so I think if you, to be more sustainable, you should have the fundamentals first. If you get the wildness and you have controlled chaos, that will always get you far, but not far enough, right? You could get top 4, which is already great. Listen, that's already great, but you wouldn't win a championship by just being like really good at just being wild. Oh, Grey Fox had enough of that. Good half buy round from Grey. Put the pit up and immediately shove the force on Rubble. Now, oh, this waterfall position by Severine is very good though. And you have the trap. Oh, and the deathlock. Dude, 3 for 3 with deadlock ult? That's the dream. That is the dream. For Ascension? Full sense, boom, although I haven't watched any of their games, but you know, just knowing the roster, etc., in the region. Full sense, boom. I think if Nongshim pulls it together, I would actually give, if they make it to Ascension, like if Nongshim tops Korea and makes it to Ascension, I think I would say I see a world where they could try to win, and I would say it's the same thing for Nows. Like those two teams are not teams that I think are like favored, but like I would consider them top 4 if they got there. Japan, I'm not entirely convinced. We'll watch a little bit after this match, but no, Revenant looks pretty good. Listen, I mean, there's mistakes, and you know things could be cleaner, etc. But like when I saw the roster, and then when I watched the first week of games from Revenant, I was like, oh, Revenant actually looks pretty good. I mean, I think Revenant's absolutely going to go to Ascension. But yeah, in terms of like who goes to Ascension, who do I think would like make it in? Again, I mean, those are the teams I listed, but who knows? Also, that's a while away. Meta's going to change again. And at that point, it is going to be whoever adjusts to the meta well. Especially in challengers. There's not as many teams or players where I'm like, well, their fundamentals are just like miles ahead. But I would actually say I feel like Revenant's kind of in that category of fundamentals and overall map understanding being better. Dude, wait, what? Better than most of South Asia. Goodness. This is a joke question. No, he is not. I don't think he is. All right, everyone's been hating on Revenant's Icebox. It didn't look good the first week, and based on what everyone's telling me, you're telling me it looks just about the same. So let's take a look. The Lotus looks better than it did the first week. But yeah, Paradox had a friggin' heck of a game. Revenant attack first, and they get absolutely bodied in mid. Well, Grey Fox. Again, this would be something to look at their past games, because I don't know if Grey Fox also just likes to take mid control early, or if it's a matter of They know Revenant likes to use this play, which I think maybe Revenant did this in their first game as well. One of the teams I watched in Challengers did this in pistol round, just going for the pinch. Oh no, maybe that was Pacific Kickoff. I mean, it's not a new idea, but... Okay, Revenant, they didn't even get the plant, so no force. The Outlaw, you're already way far behind now. Thankfully, okay, they did buy a Sheriff, so that stinks, but they should be able to buy back up the next round. In terms of armor, yep, it's just one guy. SK Rossi half armor, so they actually finds a way to make it full armor. Just skips the... Probably the call came in about the Outlaw, so they skipped the shock darts and they're just going to go with full armor. Sayu got the second kill as well? Oh, as he drops off of the wall. I don't know if Paradox... Well, no, he waits long enough. It seemed like he didn't realize that the wall was going to be broken by Rossi, but we're playing in 2x speed, so he absolutely had to have known. Grey Fox actually plays pretty decent Valorant as well in terms of overall map movement. Their macro game's pretty solid. Oh no. Rossi with the war. Here's the thing is that, listen, I know Rossi used to dominate in South Asia with the op and stuff, but it's like, and we have other initiators that buy it, but the consistency with how he forces does worry me. Granted, this round everyone's buying Sheriff, so it's like, I guess fine, but you're one of those agents now that has to favor utility in the long run. Yeah, I mean, again, I hope that Ascension starts to change that quite a bit, right, in terms of player representation. Whether it's because another org from that region gets in, or whether it's, just more players getting more experience and things like that. Well, Marshall's 950, but no, it's not so much that it was a problem that round. It's just that most of the games I've seen from Revenant, the moment they're on an eco, he'll go for Marshall or Sheriff, no armor, and it's fine for that round, but it's the impact it has on the next round, right? So, for instance, that previous round, the chances of your opponent buying an Outlaw on the anti-eco are high. You buy the Sheriff, but then and no util, which again, fine, you're trying to full save anyway, but then going into the next round, you have to once again buy no shock darts, because you're like, well, if I have half armor, I'm just going to get one shot by the Outlaw, right? It's things like this where it's like, well, then was it really worth it? Because you're supposed to lose this round anyway, right? So it's like figure out a different way to make a curveball. But did you buy a Sheriff on pistol as well? Because that's also not great. Because here's the other thing. I will say this. Here's the other thing. If you're that good with your aim, you'll get the kills with the classic, right? Or the ghost during a pistol, right? So it's for instance, Killjoys have been buying more Sheriffs on pistol rounds. I'm kind of okay with that. I'm not a big fan of it on the defending side, but even then, your turret gets so much value on the pistol on either side that I'm cool with that. But the Sova, it's like you just have to look at it in the grand scheme of thing. Again, in that round itself, like in just the pistol, is that okay? Is that always so bad? Probably not. But let's say you win and you only have to use one shock dart, or let's say you lose and you ended up not using both your shock darts. Well, now you saved 300 creds in the future rounds, right? Like, because you're gonna have rounds like in the future that you're gonna want that utility absolutely anyway. So it's just, and especially on a map like Icebox, you know. Again, it's in the grand scheme of things. So, like, there are times when other initiators too, like they're one of the best sharpshooters on their team, and because their duelist just has enough creds to save up for the op or something, they'll buy the Marshall or something like that during an eco or during a half buy and things like that. And like, yes, it's fine, but a lot of times I will say, no matter who it is, a lot of times it's not smart. Now, if you get the kill, does it end up working out? Sure. And if you're a guy who consistently gets all those kills, can we really fault you? No. But if you're just kind of banking on hoping that it works one of these days, then in the great, like, again, this is what impressed me about Gen G, and I think they understood this finally, is that at the end of the day, you're playing so many rounds of Valorant in a best of 3 that it is a statistical game, right? And if you don't think you have just the absolute mechanical dominance against every other player in that tournament, if you just stack the favor in your odds, or what? If you just stack the odds in your favor, you will win out. Instead of going for the risky play every opportunity you get. But let's say it's like, I mean, listen, like it's 12-11 and you don't have enough money. Should you buy the Stinger or the Marshall? Listen, if you generally have good shots with the Marshall, go for the Marshall. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's too late क्योंकि एडन की और सायो ने प्लेयर्स को सारा एलिमिनेट कर दिया और टॉक्सिन की गलती भी नहीं है ना स्पार्टस मतलब अगर कोई प्लेयर उस पोजीशन पे बैठा हुआ है तो उसका पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव रहता है वॉल तोड़ के प्लांट डिनाई करना क्योंकि 15 सेकंड बचे हुए बट फिर जैसा आपने कहा कम पूछ है कुछ ज्यादा ही अच्छा उस राउंड में होस्ट को सीधा सीधा कॉल आ गया होगा होस्ट कुछ नहीं करना जिंदा रहना है
Let's also buy Sheriff on pistols. I mean, yeah, and a lot of Sentinel players do too. But again, like if it depends on the side you're on and the map you're playing, etc., etc. But if you're playing Viper, while yes, snake bites, etc., are good, but that's a lot of also like reactionary play. And on the pistol, you could argue that on a pistol, because you're not getting as much other utility to cycle your timings, snakebite with a regular pistol is marginally more valuable objectively than a Sheriff, if your shot is good. Again, and here's the other thing. At the end of the day, it always comes down to if your shot is good. Listen, if SK Rossi's always getting average 2 kills every time he goes for a force, then I'm not going to fault him. I'm still going to say I don't think it's smart Valorant. I don't think that should become meta, but I'm not going to fault him. But he doesn't. And listen, that's not bad. That's a really hard thing to do. That's a ridiculously hard thing to do. So why put yourself in that position is what I'm saying, right?
ये डबल पिक्स पहले थोड़ी करनी चाहिए थी गलती कर दी और ग्रे फॉक्स अब अकेले इडियट के 1 सेकंड 1v1 टाइम अभी टैप करेंगे और पैराडॉक्स को बेट आउट करा दिया चलिए लेकिन पैरा बहुत अच्छी जंप पिक इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गया और
But what do you consider decent Valorant, decent macro? So decent Valorant, to me, decent Valorant, decent macro is if you see it, like, it's an idea of, do teams understand map like the territorial like macro, right? So and priority. So for instance, okay, let's put it this way. So for instance, on Icebox, the value you get by holding orb control on A versus green is very different, right? Because first of all, there's different ways to hold it, right? So on A, it's a much riskier position. You have pipes, and that can also be a curveball, but it's also very close quarters, and you don't have a long range sight line. The longest sight line you're going to have is this, if you want to shut them off here. And then otherwise, you're exposed from different angles as well. So then you're going to need more than one person to do it safely. Versus if you're here, once you get something long range, like even a Guardian, you could hold it from green. And then if it's a jet, you can dash back and you can hold it again from yellow and things like that. It's also much riskier for them. While the attackers start closer to the orb, it's much riskier for them to get that as well. So then what do a lot of teams do on A? Either you have two people watching, right? Or you like plant one here to catch the chase, and then you have someone on pipes. Or you throw util and you send like 3 people out all the way here, and you plant one on conveyor, so they're watching this way. That way, you don't have to worry about all these other corners, like all the different angles that you could get hit from. Now you have a long-range angle. You've erased this entire side. So at that point, what should the rest of your team do? If you go here and you don't hear anything, and you don't see anything, and you don't see any Killjoy util, your team probably shouldn't all still be hanging out here, right? You should put someone that you trust to have the confidence to take a shot and leave, and then you should probably all shift your weight here. Should you stack B site? No, because you don't have any coverage in mid. So you should either have someone on boiler, or maybe you have someone on boiler and someone in tube, or you have someone like right now, like literally like right now, where you're watching mid. But that way, if it's a hit on B, they can quickly rotate. And if it's a hit on A, you'll know all the way from here, so that during this entire time that they're trying to chase this guy, these 3 or 2 people can then help flood the site. Right? And then there's a difference of, is our comp good at flooding the site versus are we good at going for retakes? And then also the map. Is the map good for flooding sites versus going for set replays, set retakes, things like that. So the timing at which point they move and how they're covering each angle, and do they understand, like, if I have vision here and I have vision here, right? Which site is going to be harder for them to attack to on what timing, and what util would they have to use to get through that? Things like that. So it's the timing and reaction that they get off of the map, where that's what I'm saying. So this is why I hate when teams buy or pick Reyna on Icebox and they just slot it into the regular comp. They just slot it into where the Sage would be on this composition, because what ends up happening, and all the interviews I can remember of teams doing this, at least in Asia, the winner interview, they're always like, well, we couldn't make our comp work. So that already tells you that it's a bad idea. But basically, the only way for the Reyna to really find value on defense is to push out with the jet onto pipes, and then abuse the fact that you have elevation and close angles where you can jiggle peek, and you have to get a kill and dismiss out. That's the aggro you buy. Or you dismiss and you come back onto pipes, get another kill, dismiss out. So that's where it's like, yeah, if you're hitting all your shots, sure, like no one's going to blame you, but I still think it's a bad composition, right? And at that point, it gets harder for the rest of the team to play macro on Icebox if you have a Reyna, because it's like, well, the Reyna, like if the Reyna just stands here alone, then jiggle peeking gets tough, because maybe someone's peeking in from conveyor at the same time that they're using a drone, and they're going to pick you off as you escape, things like that. So that's what I like to look at like that. And then what I would consider, so the reason I think teams like Sentinels and Karmine Corp are really great is because not only is it the way they move around the map, the macro, but then their util as well, and their own reaction to their util or the enemy's util. Like stuff like that is really good, right? So there's that comms video, there's that comms clip of Sentinels on Split, and there's a clip of FNS commenting on this as well, and I think it's great that he pointed that out, where the enemy Raze activates Showstopper and they know it was mid, and immediately Tons goes, could this be a fake? Like stuff like that. It's like, oh, wow. So you guys are like, we don't want to overreact to an ult because we have other options. So things like that. I hope that helped explain it a little bit. Mard brought our Sheriff and Ace, but they were also down 1-11. Well, okay, listen. Oh, did Nongshim play ISO again? Dude, why didn't they play yesterday? Damn it. That's a shame. Hey, Pumaja, I can't co-stream it. I was actually given the opportunity to co-stream Thailand, but it has to be on only Africa TV, so we will review Thailand VODs. So we were going to do some Thailand VODs today, but we're going to do this in Japan. Can Euro come in meta and Icebox as an attacking as well as defending? Ores, utils. So I think Euro can be good on Icebox actually, and funnily enough, it's Fox who is now on Full Sense, but before on Talon / Xerxia, who he's tried playing Euro a couple times on Icebox to great success actually, to pretty good success. I think Euro can be good on Icebox, but not enough to become meta.
बहुत आगे खेल रहे हैं वेंका क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं डुअल भी जीतेंगे स्किल्स के खिलाफ स्किल्स गए मतलब पूरा बैक साइड का कंट्रोल या कहीं ना कहीं आपको दिखा पड़ेगा खुद से पोस्ट प्लांट पास नैनो सॉन्ग्स नहीं है मिड से कितने प्लेयर्स लॉक करने वाले वो कितने और वेंका का ये बेल्ट का एंगल परेशानी बड़ा सबक हो सकता है
Honestly, no void. I think that might be true. While you can still watch the games, not as many people are gonna watch it, and it's gonna be delayed. So playing the ISO comp. Also, wait, who's their opponent today? Who's Notion playing today?
Get back to safety somehow. रॉसी का हंटर स्पीड भी कुछ नहीं निकालेगा 15 सेकंड्स बाद मॉली बची है क्या सायो के पास मॉली है डॉस ने होप को किया कि जाते जाते मॉली ड्रॉप हो गया था कोहली को फ्लैग मिला सायो एक और निकाल के लेकर जाएंगे स्टेज विद द टेक फॉर ऑल दिस प्लेयर्स
Dude, what is going on?
Oh, Sayo, what
Great hold.
एक ऐसा राउंड जो कहीं ना कहीं रेफरेंट अपनी साही अल्टीमेट बर्न कर चुकी थी एंड दे वांटेड टू विन दिस बट सायो का वो स्पैम और यहां सेवेरिन का वो आउट ऑफ
Can you give me an example of Sentinels moving all around the map? Not off the top of my head, but their split is obviously one of their strongest maps, and I think therefore you can see a lot of that on split. It's a smaller map, but therefore the way they react to it and how much they over or underreact, you can see a lot of that. I actually think their Sunset shows a lot of it as well. Sunset's probably a better one to look at if you're not used to watching it. Like, look at any of their Sunset games and just see how they react, both on the attacking and defending side. Like, see the exact how they react to things, but also the timing of it as well. Oh, right, Nongshim's playing the weaker I am today. Okay. It could be a matter of they're picking and choosing against their opponents. Not just because I am's in a weaker state today, but also because I am's gonna play a lot of contact. So, that could be it. Yeah, I mean, listen, one of the biggest strengths of Euro right now is that Cypher is getting more common on a lot of maps, right? And it's why Euro works well on Breeze, on top of the fact that the map is very, very big.
Good job done by the Fox, 7-2 on the board. Oh, and I think अभी कहीं ना कहीं रेवेनेंट को देखना पड़ेगा कि आखिरी राउंड को जो रन दिया हो क्योंकि यहाँ से तो ये मैप खत्म कर सकते हैं Fox के प्लेयर्स 7 राउंड ऑलरेडी
Revenant just can't approach on the attacking side. Dude, that window's tinted? I never knew that.
वो भी कुछ ज्यादा इस समय साथ दे नहीं रेवेनेंट का यस वेंका विद ऑपरेटर एक और बार बी साइड पे पोस्टेड है और रेवेनेंट फिर से बी हिट के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है टाइमिंग और पकड़ लिया रॉसी पे और ये डॉस 9 पे भी दैट्स व्हाई रिकॉन इज
I mean, that's also just a...
टाइमिंग और पकड़ लिया रॉसी विद ऑपरेटर एक और बार बी साइड पे पोस्टेड है और रेवेनेंट फिर से बी हिट के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है टाइमिंग
Man, so it's like circumstances like this where it's like, well, if the op is good, it's good. Because I don't think they quite expected him to peek out all the way to check for the jump on the box. In hindsight, sure, could you have had someone ready to swing out literally as you're jumping up and your head starts to show? Yes. And honestly, that's probably just the best way to do it without feeling like you need to dump util right off the bat at the beginning of the round to clear out the op. So, but then again, if the jet's really good, they'll get the kill and dash out. So, yeah, no worries, Sanjay. I hope it helped. The thing is stuff like that, stuff like macro Valorant isn't really gonna get you too high in solo queue. So I'm right there with you in terms of rank. And I think that's about the limit that actually macro understanding can get you. At that point, you just have to have better aim and better individual mechanics and individual decision making. But you can learn a lot of that as well from watching some of the teams. What are we watching? We're watching, oh, this is an old VOD from February, but that's because all of their matches were in February. A match between Revenant and Grey Fox from Challengers South Asia. एक राउंड और मतलब कहानी हाई खत्म की जा सकती है ऑल्दो रेवेनेंट के पर्सपेक्टिव में आखिरी बाय राउंड है उनका यस आखिरी बाय राउंड को परफेक्टली खेलना पड़ेगा अब वही बात है एक बड़ा डिसीजन लेना पड़ेगा रेवेनेंट को मतलब यू हैव टू मे बी कम विद अ प्ले आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स और अभी वैसे तो टाइम आउट के बाद 11 सेकंड बचे स्टार्टेस लेकिन आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स अभी तक ऐसा क्या ट्राई नहीं किया You like the harbor? Dude, I'm becoming a big fan of the KO Gecko. Becoming a fan of the KO Gecko. वेंका धीमे-धीमे नीचे टेट ढूंढने तो आएंगे अब लेट्स सी सेवेरिन क्यों डिनाई कर पाते हैं रिकॉर्ड हो गए लेकिन ओ ही इज जस्ट टू गुड मैन उन्हें पता था अंदाजा था और डिसिप्लिन के साथ वापस भी आ गए टारगेट को भेजा डॉस 9 को भेजा और 4 बनाम 4 I mean चलिए अब तो और ज्यादा परेशानी है क्योंकि वैसे वीक थी
और नंबर एडवांटेज वापस से ग्रे फॉक्स के पास, वही वॉल में जो हल्का सा गैप है वो एंड गेम एक्सप्लॉइट करना चाहते थे, लेकिन इनफ है टू मेक द प्ले फॉल बैक, बट सेवरीन ये फ्लैग ढूंढा गोली पे।
Okay, this is like the most successful round that Revenant's really shown in terms of overall team play, but the question is can skills stay alive? Okay, he does, except Venka's on a rampage. What in the world? Dude, this dude just chases them down.
Gives away all the sound cues. लेकिन अभी भी अगर आप देखें तो डिसएडवांटेज पे है ये फ्रैग निकल गई।
Oh, finally.
और उसके बाद पैरा की कुछ ग्रिम बॉल्स। ये तो
My gosh.
सातवें आसमान पे देखा होता है और उसके बाद भी नहीं लगती है गोलियां।
Okay, at least they won the round where I felt like they played pretty well as a team. Jeez. I was afraid that Venka was going to shut down that round as well. The teams from YouTube, the teams that you think Novoid thinks are going to make it to Ascension is Bonk. Which one's OF? Revenant, Boom, Fennel, Nongshim, Naus, Disguise, Myth, and Fancy. Oh, OF is Hong Kong, Taiwan. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable. I mean, it's a lot of the thing is for Ascension for the first couple of years, it's probably going to be orgs that have been orgs and cores that have been at that level before. But I think we're in a lot of the sub-regions. I think we're in like this year, the next 2.5 years is I think where we're going to start to see the growth of a lot of new talent. And then hopefully off the back of that, some more good coaching, etc. And then we'll see some big shifts. I mean, listen, rank is a very good indicator of individual play, right? And mechanical skill. Obviously, but there's gaps of like understanding of game, of like macro, and then individual decision making and things like that. And then of course on top of that, there's a time you need to grind it as well. But aside from that, wait, this is the round I'm not ready for? Or was it the previous round? 안녕하세요. You're hungry? What are the menu choices? Someone said I wasn't ready for this round. Was it this one or the previous one? I don't remember seeing anything crazy on the map for this one. They knew the op is here. Oh. I mean, I guess... Wait, how does he tag Rossi here? Is it... Because he's not aiming for this. It had to have been because of the drone. That was a good Hunter's Fury. Oh, Severine getting that kill is also nice. Oh, it was the next... Oh, okay. Alright, then we already watched that round, so we'll skip it. Give me a second. Revenant, Eco, Scarossi as the sheriff. No shock darts. Does have the drone though, so they can clear green. Are we still calling this green, by the way? The green's up in the sky now. The greatest round to watch in 2x speed. Oh, he gets a 4K. Oh, look at that. The sheriff paying for itself. I mean, first of all, it's a good group up by Gray Fox. Actually, I probably would have liked one more person being on the other side, but... And they're going for B, which is much more reasonable with the longer guns. But Revenant just has a full... Dude, look at the silhouettes, man. I mean, it's good. It's good. And they draw so much aggro that Rossi can get 2 for free. That's sick. It's a good round. It's a good eco. It's a good clutch too. Are you reviewing all 10 leagues? No, unfortunately not. And not today. But I'm gonna try to keep up. We'll do occasional VOD reviews of different teams and matches from all the different Pacific subregions. Because I wanna keep tabs on like upcoming players and teams. I want to just see how the regions are growing this year. So today we're going to do this. I'm going to try to squeeze in a little bit of Fennel versus Veryl from Japan. But next week we'll do more of the other regions. Like we'll look at Thailand next week, Indonesia, things like that. What are your thoughts for Sentinels versus Heretics? I think Sentinels will win. But this Masters Madrid, all the matches are going to be very exciting. Unfortunately, except for maybe Karmine Corp and FPX. That match is probably going to go vastly in favor of Karmine Corp, but I think it'll still be exciting. Yeah, Oceania hasn't started yet either. Wait, they have? Like past qualifiers? I mean, this wall's... Putting up this wall and then walking across without checking anything when you've had no vision past pipes is a bold move.
Oh, this is something, yeah, you need to be careful about.
Venka's had some good rounds this game. Oh my gosh. He's on for the ace. Ace, ace, ace. Oh no, they planted the spike already. He just doesn't have enough time. It's currently an open quals? Okay. South Asia has playoffs from the... Yeah. I know they have this big break before playoffs. It's unfortunate that it's right during the same time as Masters Madrid. So it's going to be hard to catch any of it live, because I will be focused on catching Masters Madrid live. Still waiting to hear back about co-streaming, but for Masters. Dude, Venka is on a tear this map. I mean, but again, it's like, okay, so... Alright, so you've already scared them off, right? You're like, okay, don't come here, don't come here, don't come here. You guys don't have any info on Kitchen, so it's at some point soon, Skills is going to have to start caring about Kitchen here. you already have the op here, and you've got an alarm bot and a nanoswarm to buy time. So you just don't worry about this side anymore. So you have two options. You can either fill the A site right away, which is pretty risky unless you have just amazing crossfires and you're all, unless you're like all hiding behind walls, and then someone immediately breaks the recon and you like all peek out at the same time. But just with the skills that are gonna fly in, etc., it gets a little tough. So then the other option is to have like one person anchoring somewhere back site and then flooding in afterwards as they're planting, because then you'll at least even the numbers. You might not have an advantage, etc. Right? So it's things like that. Like that's macro. But the problem becomes that you sprayed this, your turret is still alive, but SK Rossi feels the need to check for this. I don't know if it was called or not, right? But so now you're further out. And then Paradox is trying to like buy as much time as possible. Yeah, I know you still have your utility, but the wall, like at this point in the round, they can just blast through the wall, right? So if anything, I think I would have liked a slow orb if he was going to use anything. Because the other thing is, slow orbs you can use from here, right? You can throw the slow orb to make sure they can't get onto the plant location just yet. And then you could have used the wall to block off this side. You could have used the wall like right here. To make sure that you can flood back in. But not holding like backside where you're not going to get blasted right away. Neither team has flashes, so you can't go for a deep pop flash either. So not holding there, but trying to hold here in an open avenue seems really risky. Like the idea to try to fight here, given the wall, I guess they put up the wall to get onto pipes. Like I think that's what happened, or at least part of it. But like trying to fight here as soon as you hear them, when maximum, even if SK Rossi was here, maximum you would have had 3 people and not in a position to trade for each other right away. It's like you just have to give that up at that point, right? And in the bigger picture, you should have been ready to flood, if anything. But if you're not ready for that, listen, slow them down, make sure they can't get the best post-plant positions, put up the wall so they at least have to break it, and now they have to be wary of any peaks that are coming up from screens. And then just make sure you're holding here to see if they're getting past the slow orb, right? Over on rafters, not in the nest, but back there. And then you should have held, right? That's what I'm saying in terms of macro. I mean, it's great. First of all, it's great kills from Venka. It's a brilliant decision for him to immediately updraft up as soon as he hears the wall. So all props to him. But this is a very like I can fight and win type of move. And again, do the best players in the world make moves like this? Yes, they do. They do. I'm still not going to say it's the best choice you could have made. But if it works, sure. You know, it really flips it on its head. But it was this a round where you really needed to do that because you had the Hunter's Fury as well, right? I'm thinking maybe not. Thinking maybe not. The animation ranked is trying to overcook strats and plant lobbies, and I don't want to play against the comps weakness when it feels like that was just that means. Well, number one is definitely a problem. Don't cook strats. I do that too, but in solo queue, don't cook strats. And then in terms of comps weaknesses, I mean, that also depends on the role you're playing, because maybe you're in a position where you can single-handedly target that weakness, and other times you're not. But the group stage for Oceania starts after Madrid? Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm starting to think, because their Icebox is on a losing streak, I'm starting to think that maybe it is just to get experience and keep going at it. And then Nikhil asking, how do we feel about the bleed changes? I mean, it's not that I like want to no comment. It's literally that like I don't know. I don't think it's objectively bad. But is it objectively good? No, I think it's going to be a very subjective result-based decision or grading. Good flick. So Grey Fox immediately moves in. They know the op's not in position on A. They fill the site very well, the wall to cut that off. That leaves Venka alive for as long as possible. Honestly, Grey Fox is pretty decent too in terms of overall movement and decisions. I'm not surprised that they got second place. I say that as Severine sticks the defuse, but
या तो एडेन किंग अपना मॉली लाइनअप में स्केस पार्टस या तो मिसकम्युनिकेशन हुआ है क्योंकि बिल्कुल जिस वजह से बहुत पीछे एडेन किंग भी रहता है उसका लॉकडाउन पहले तो डिस्ट्रॉय हुआ और उसके बाद वो स्टिक हो गया क्योंकि आपके पास दो विन कंडीशन थी हंटर्स हुई और आपका लॉकडाउन दोनों ही फेल हो गए एक तरीके से टाइमिंग की वजह से इस राउंड के अंदर और रेवेनेंट ने स्नीकी पीकी तरीके से 8वां राउंड निकाल दिया विद ऑपरेटर एंगल मार्क कर रहे हैं फोक्स बेंच पे से झील के एंगल मार्क करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं
forward wall on B that allows Revenant to shift their way to A early. I like it because the enemy's on eco. You still have the alarm bot, so at this point, don't be too worried. Now, nobody's watching mid, so Skills is in a bit of a stressful position, but that's okay. They'll get the early kills. That's good. Timeout from Grey Fox. Let's see what they change. Oh, going default with the Poison Cloud. Just threatening that. Now, this time the turret's in kitchen to watch for that, and they use the drone to push out the op. Now, Paradox still is ready with a wall. The only problem is he's still gonna get pinched. Like he still has to get peek out and get the kill. So it's a little rough. I think using the wall and then backing out and holding yellow would have been an option. But it's not gonna matter because Dust9 is just gonna peek out and get all the op shots. Good shots. Oh, so close. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, man. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting to minimize the minimap. Thank you. What should you do in range for attack? Just 5-man pushes? Most of the time, yes. As much as for us who like to try to play big brain Valorant, as much as that stinks, you generally should. But if you're playing, so listen, if you're playing like a Cypher or depending on the map, Killjoy, or an Omen or a Astra, you could try to go for a pinch or a lurk depending on the map, but the thing is if you want to win consistently, the only reason you should lurk even as those agents up to a certain level is you are very confident that you will win more than like 60% of your duels. Because if not, the chances of your team dying during the entry are high, right? And then if you're not there, not only can you not trade back, and regardless of whether your timing was off or not in the grand scheme of things, your teammates are going to hate you. So then the team vibe is just going to be bad, right? So wait, how did? Oh, he just broke the wall and waltzed through it. Okay. It ends here, yes? Dude, Venka's good with the place. The number of rounds that Revenant just gets wrecked because of the Blade Storm. Damn. Alright, what was the third map? It was pretty one-sided, right? Oh, split? Let's skip this, because I want to watch a little bit of Japan before I go, but I got to hop off in like 30 minutes, so... I mean, honestly, I would say Revenant... outside of Icebox, their Lotus still looks pretty good. The decision making they have is good, and they're using the Deadlock pretty well. Paradox had an amazing game on Deadlock. Their Icebox definitely needs some work, but I would also say Gray Fox plays pretty well. I'm not surprised that they got second place, and I'm kind of eager to see if they can eventually challenge Revenant enough that Revenant gets uncomfortable in first place. Okay. All right, let's watch a little bit of Challengers Japan. We are watching Viral versus Fennel. So for those who aren't quite aware, they are currently also waiting for their playoffs. And these are the rank 1 and 2 teams. And Fennel has a... Where's the matchup screen? Fennel, you've got Suyuta, who's one of the prospects that a lot of people have been excited about in Japan for some time. Got some other familiar names. A lot of familiar names across both teams. Zenfree, of course, used to be on DFM. Blackwiz used to be on Northception with Zenfree. Bangnan, if you follow Challengers Korea at all, he was one of the kind of cracked duelist guys who had a brief moment and then joined D plus Kia and couldn't do anything as an initiator. And then he's been flipping and flopping around. But he's trying to regain his footing here on Viral. What do you do in ranked against 5-man rushes? Can't really anchor sight, especially when he plays Astra. As Astra, you absolutely can anchor sight, but you kind of have to dump all your util. So if you don't already have it all set up, then you just have to exit. Listen, at the end of the day in solo queue, up to a certain point, and that certain point is going to be very high, like Immortal and higher. Maybe probably even basically the very top of Immortal into Radiant. Is you're always going to be better off playing the numbers game, right? You're always going to be better playing off quantity. Now, if it's a site where you if it's a map where you can just split your Astra resources, right? So for instance, on Split, if you're playing Astra, I will always double star B main unless we've all decided as a team to do something else crazy, and I'll usually just leave 1 star here or 1 star here, right? Depending on if my team likes to use ops and stuff and they're taking a lot of time here, then I won't even use this star, or I'll kind of just dissipate it right away. And then this is there just so I can anchor on B site. Or I'm playing A and I can help them anchor on B site. As soon as there's contact, you just pop the smoke and then pop the gravity well, right? Depending on the utility that's thrown. If it's just contact with firefights, then it's just a smoke. But if they have a showstopper or we hear paint shells being thrown or we see a flash coming in, then it's smoke gravity well right away. And then you just spray. First of all, every time you smoke, if you're anchoring as a controller player, you should absolutely try to spray through it at least once. And then after that, you kind of have to just wait for your cooldowns. But generally, you should try to have an exit plan, right? Or always position yourself to get at least 1. So if it's Split and you decided this round you're going to anger here, and you see you get flashed, and while you did pop your util, you have no idea how many of them got in, etc., then immediately you should set up a second smoke here and just hold an angle where you can get at least 1, right? Things like that. So the thing, for those who don't follow a lot of the sub-regions or teams and tendencies and regional tendencies, the thing that Japan's always been criticized for is that they play very slow. And funnily enough, this is the case for both pro teams and solo queue. Farrell's just able to friggin' stomp on this pistol. This early push out is insane. Did they throw their paint shells? Wait, how? What? Oh, they just take the camera out. And so then Fennel just all immediately leaves. And they just don't even imagine the fact that someone would push out so crazily. Which, to be very honest, it's kind of a crazy push to do on a pistol. Oh, and then the gravity wall. It's good. And you still have LB lob going all the way around. How should you split your stars on Lotus? I think Astra's a little tough on Lotus. But I would always... Well, it depends on if you have a Viper or not. If you have a Viper who's setting up on C, then I would put 1 star on C and 2 on A. And then leave 1 spare. The other thing is I always leave 1 spare, right? So I can do an immediate reaction. Generally, you should be... Like, you should always be okay with being able to react to a B hit, right? Just get info and react to it. Because B has so many ways to retake. Don't invest too much just to hold on to B site, because the other sites are going to be much harder to retake. Okay. Breach's fault line is on cooldown. They're going to flood heaven first. They use the wall. Fault line should be coming back up soon. I don't know if you have to do this, but they will, and they'll get it. Fault line's online. Fault line is online. Fault line is online. Okay, they're gonna get the kill anyway, but you could have just made this easier for yourself. Granted, the wall didn't break, so they weren't in a huge rush, but... Oh, already a good bonus. Fennel sets up Suta really well. Then they just wall up. Honestly, it's honestly actually not the worst idea. Wait, watch, this is so sweet. Was he not ready for this? He was. LOB is just quicker. Why is this so back though? Oh wait, I think he thought it was far enough that they can't jump over it without having a running start. But all you need is like a second of a running start. That's unfortunate. But yeah, the wall on B, after taking heaven, make sure anyone in sight can't get there, and you just wait to see if you get any more reactions. The idea being that you had the trap wire here, so you would know if the main guy pushed out. So I actually don't mind it, but... Okay. It's an eco for Varel, so Fennel is just taking their time, see if there's any reactions to their initial fault lines and such. None of the stars were popped on B, so... Or one of them was, and then it's refreshed. Okay, going for a bit of a longer range entry onto heaven. You hear them trying to break the wall. Good entry into the site. 2 from each side. Dude, Lob is just fragging out. Am I the only one who hates double control because I like being the only smoker on a team? I can't imagine that you're the only one. I get it. I don't share the same feeling, but I totally get it. That's so funny though. Paranoia and smoke to plant in Dariali, and he just charges through with the judge. And they were ready for it. Wait, where's that fault line coming from? Oh, he just like sends it on a bit of a panic, I think. He's thinking about sending it into the site. Good shots from Ciuta. I'm kind of excited to see Ciuta. Wait, did they send the Paranoia again? No. Did they send Fault Line? Yes. Ciuta has Showstopper. They also have Rolling Thunder. He should have heard him in sewers, but the movement seems to be a little delayed. Just checking for a lurk on A. I mean, it's another eco for Barrel, so good crossfire. Round they're supposed to win. To help with your ego? Yeah, I mean, Viper is a sentinel at the end of the day in a double controller comp. Okay, so they finally get the op. They get an initial kill. And then they use the smoke. Would he have been spotted here, though? Before the smoke pops, blooms, whatever. No. But it should be a little weird. It should be a little weird. Yep, so they check for it. So they know there was a push forward. Either that or Bangnan's waiting. He's back in the smoke with a shorty. It's one or the other. Then it goes back. Both sides have lots of ults. It's pronounced like Shota. But it's not exactly that or the other, right? Because of the way that Japanese people pronounce S's. The thing is I'm always very split on this, is that I mean, so I guess for his name, because it's not English, it's fine. But if you wrote something that is an English word, or like you have a very specific pronunciation, but you've Romanized it, I think it's really, because here's the thing is, like, for instance, like with Huron and Euron, like obviously as an Asian, I can do the pronunciation if I need to, but it doesn't fit well with the rest of the English language, right? And those aren't English words. But at that point, it's like, I mean, unless it's like you horrendously don't want that. Again, I'm not saying anything against any of the players, but right? Because then at that point, Buzz should not be called Buzz because it's Buzz in Korean, right? Because there is no Z sound. So it's like, it's granted Buzz is an English word, so there's a difference there as well. But I mean, I'm down to learn, but like we've had like Auras or players being like, well, you have to pronounce it this way on the cast, and I'm like, listen, I will respect it, and I will even openly admit that this is like not the Japanese pronunciation for it, but also like I can't Right? That would be like English team. That would be like American teams asking all the Korean and Japanese casters to always be able to pronounce all their R's and Z's the same way that Americans do, right? It's like, well, I can't. Like I could, but it would really break my flow.
デリアリーはもう味方のアビリティ強いんで遅延してくれるだろう。そうですね。これ強気のロープクリア時間かけるとさらに。さあデリアリーの到着を待つ間にショーストッパーも使って時間を稼いでいきます。いやー、ここで挟み込んできた。これはオペレーター削りが見えている。さあバンナー。逃げれもしない。
Oh, so you're saying the vowels afterwards are more of a ota than uta or a auta or anything like that. Did I understand that correctly? I feel like I've heard it slightly different ways when I was listening to the Japanese cast as well. But granted, I never listened to it specifically to try to find his pronunciation because I haven't had to cast him in English yet, so. Is this the same Fennel roster that almost beat Fnatic at the Red Bull tournament? I think so? Okay, it's more of a ota, like a six. So I guess at that point in English we would just say Shota then. That's probably the easiest way to say it as closely as possible. That's a good entry. Just so we're clear, this was nothing against your feedback or Shota as a player. First of all, I appreciate knowing that. But I think they're like at a certain point between different languages, I think you kind of have to be accepting of the fact that like certain languages, like certain pronunciations just don't flow that well. It goes both ways, right? In both English and East Asian languages and vice versa. But like saying that that's, you know, the original pronunciation, or because it's a Romanized version of your language's word, then it's like, yeah, I mean, I think it's worth it to let us all know, and the fans as well. But this is just, I've had this issue a couple times with different people, so it was just on the back of my head, so I just wanted to bring it up. But like we've had it a lot in Korea too, where they'll like they'll spell something that like doesn't mean anything in Korean, but they're like, yeah, but it's not pronounced that way. I'm like, yeah, but that's because you guys just pronounce English alphabets wrong. It's like, so it's not that, because it's not a Korean word. So. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm actually trying to learn Japanese again, just to like tack on another language, and because there's a lot of Japanese fans and players in Valorant, so. Pit and Showstopper out of the site. So this is, I mean, this is a case of if you guys are A, you guys are done, and if not, you better go to B, because we're going to take all this space, which is reasonable. It's just that they got treated just enough for the A site to be open. The good thing is Veryl doesn't overreact. They're like, okay, whatever. We left A site open. It is what it is. We work with what we got, which isn't much because they have both their controllers and the Killjoy left, so it's not too much that they can work with. But it's still doable. Good poison cloud to get into elbow. 오웬님 안녕하세요. I'm glad, because Veryl looked a lot more lost in the first week. I was kind of excited for Veryl. I really want Zenfree to have another shot at reaching the top level of competition. So I was a little sad, and Bangnan as well. So I was a little sad because in the first week they looked pretty lost and very messy, but it looks a lot better now. And Fennel looks pretty good too. Definitely a lot more proactive than a lot of the Japanese teams and players in the past. like less assumptions, right? Again, as I always say, it's not just about the speed, but it's the assumptions that you make. It's like the lack of actual information that you get and the lack of contact. I'm trying to find some way to incorporate Indian culture into my Valiant username, but I gave up and just used my real name. I'm terrible with making up names and titles. So, yeah, couldn't help you there. But that's a cool, I mean, I do respect that you wanted to do that. Oh, well, Bangnan. Activate Bangnan Go Kill. Mission failed. You got separated by the wall. That's unfortunate. Dude, okay, and then, oh, can we just talk about this? Can we just talk about this? Like, again, it's not anything new and crazy, but it is nice to see this in Challengers. This crazy fight. Okay, hold on. I'm struggling because we're still in 2 times. Okay, so the fight happens, and everyone's like, okay, well, we got the trip there. Like, we already sense something's weird. We're gonna group in mid. We're gonna fight. And then afterwards, Fennel's like, okay, is there anyone coming up? Is there anyone in the smoke? Going as 2? Okay, I don't want to be left alone. And then they just all move as 3, covering every angle. Ray's still watching until they lose sight. Granted, okay, the Omen finally looks backwards. This is so good. I hope they don't lose this round, because then it's going to sound like it didn't matter, but... Oh my gosh. Oh, I was really scared they were going to lose this round. Oh, it's so good, though. And then, even at the beginning of the round... Right? As soon as you... Like, they all decide to group up. Because you saw the smoke activate, you see the stars, and everyone says, okay, well, there was no contact early. No one's lurking past the Tonks screen. The trip is still there. We still got the cam. I saw nothing in B. And everyone just groups up. It's very good. Like this is good Valorant. This is good Valorant. But quite frankly, this is good TAC FPS, right? This is good TAC FPS. But at the end of the day, like, pistol rounds are really just going to be about good FPS. Other rounds, all the utility, etc., is going to be like utility and whatnot. Does proactivity equal speed and pace? Generally, yes, but I'm trying to make sure that I differentiate between that a little bit. So what I mean is, okay, so proactivity, aka taking initiative, right? So what we used to see, for instance, like, let's say this is the setup. Let's say this is the current setup for Fennel on defense, right? What we used to see from a lot of Japanese teams, if you start here, is they'll like, either they'll put up the wall immediately or they'll wait, right? They'll wait. And then they like just don't see any other information. They don't see other util coming out, so they don't peek. They don't try putting up the wall on a certain timing to see if it gets a reaction. And they'll just be like, well, there's like no one mid, right? And then the same on A. All right, they wait, and then, or they're mega reactive, right? So as soon as a guiding light comes out, you like immediately send the fault line. And I'd say, okay, but if you sent the fault line and you didn't get contact, now you don't have that fault line for 40 seconds. So you have to figure out a different way to now hold this space, right? But they just make the assumption that, like, okay, we sent the fault line. They're not coming. They're not going to come for like the next 20 seconds. And it's like, well, no, they could come in the next 5 seconds because maybe they just dodged it, right? And it's the fact that they don't proactively try to gain more information to make the game easier for themselves. And this used to show up a lot on the attacking side, because what they'll do is they'll send like guiding lights, but then they don't actually confirm information off of it. So it's not that they're reactive, because obviously they're on the attacking side, so they have to be the one taking initiative. But basically what they do is they like send util and they're like, oh, well, I assume they reacted a certain way, right? It's like, oh, well, I assume because we sent guiding lights, like these guys are going to move over from mid and they're going to fill vent, and that means B heaven's going to be weaker. And it's like, well, you don't know that because you didn't do anything else behind it. You didn't send someone in to check. You didn't try to also break the trips with paint shells. You didn't see if the cam was on a default spot in heaven. You did none of that. All you did was send like 2 guiding lights. And then they're like, okay, 30 seconds left. They're probably all on A now because we sent 2 flashes. And we're going to go B. And it's like, well, there was no reason for the defending team to move because you literally did nothing off the back of your initial action. So I guess for Japanese teams specifically, what I'm saying is they weren't proactive about gaining actual information or confirming information, and they would work off of a lot of assumptions. But then it ends up being a thing about proactiveness and reactiveness because it's like their mindset is unless I see a reaction from the opponents, I'm going to assume it went my way. And it's like, well, you can't do that. Or you have to be so much more convincing with what you're sending for it to be like fakes and things like that. So, now this is changing. Like even Zeta Division, not playing like that anymore. Not as much. We'll still fall back into it a little bit. DFM actually doesn't play like that with this new roster, the old Crazy Raccoon roster. So it's changing overall, but that's generally the thing. And you basically, depending on the map and the side and certain situations with buys and ults and whatnot, you generally want to be pretty proactive, right? Or you better have a darn good default that it doesn't matter that you're reactive. So that's the thing. I mean, yeah, import coaches are doing a lot of work for Japan for sure, and I think it helps. But I think it just also helps that they've been exposed more to international teams, whether it's through these events like Red Bull, and teams like Zeta Division, and then also again Pacific teams being in Korea probably gives you a bit more of an opportunity to maybe scrim with them or at least get more exposed to them, things like that.
しかも重要なエリア B ヘブンとこの A のロープに関してはしっかりと取れています。そこでポートない。さっきる。一応分かってますね。じゃあ、そこでした。さあ、前フはミッド側からセファーとともに進行。そして B メインをロブがガレージから挟み込む形を取りますが、これはボンが危険なポジションですね。
Because here's the thing is that once you send utility, right? Another way to look at it is once you send utility, whether they reacted to it the way you want it or not, you have a timer, right? And if you wait too long, they're just going to reset to a default. So it's like, listen, you got to do something to gain information that things are working your way. Another way to look at it is a lot of Japanese teams used to play very safe and very scared, but in an FPS, you have to take initiative. Whoever takes initiative confidently is going to keep the momentum. Momentum is huge in an FPS. Dude, both these teams just the push outs defense. It's a good bonus here. I mean, if you make them all go to the spike, that's fine too if you're Fennel. Ooh. Okay, Zen free. Gets out alive too. Okay, the wall at a minute timer. I like that. If you're going to play the Sage. I'm just not a huge fan of the Sage on split anymore. I think it used to be pretty good. Okay, slow orb. Paranoia and then refill. Okay, so the slow orb buys you enough time. You've already emptied B site. Now Zenfree does have Seeker, so what's the answer to this? They're going to make sure they clear the flank, except they didn't account for the potential in sewers, and Zenfree's still there. And as soon as he hears contact in main, he makes his move. His teammates all die, but... Oh, the guiding light is enough. That's a good round from Vero. It's a good round from both, quite frankly. Right? Zenfree, I mean, like Fennel just decides to back out once they decide they have to react to this on A because they're not quite sure. And part of that is because you send a lot of util. It's because you send the guiding light like right off the back of the trailblazers, you break the wall, etc., and then no real sound is made on B. And I actually like that Darioli leaves the site because he's like, well, in case it's an A thing, A hit, I want to make sure I'm rotating fast, and if not, I don't want to be the only one anchored. Now, could he have held on to Heaven? Maybe. Or at least like Ali? Maybe. I think like probably here would have been okay, but then the fact that Zenfree just waits in sewers, man. I mean, the thing is Fennel clears the lurk, but they just don't have time to clear the entire freaking map. It's good. You can play a safe style, a passive safe style, but you'd have to play it like DRX. And the thing is at a certain point, DRX started getting red too. There's a limit to how far that can go. But defaults are passive. Defaults are fairly passive, but there's a difference between a good default and a bad default, because a good default has the right angles being checked and the right utility on a certain timer that you can deduce very accurate information with the most minimal things, and you're in position to adapt to it very well where you can still gain an advantage. So there's differences between good defaults and bad defaults. Bad defaults are just like waiting and holding angles and hoping that you get the first kill. But guess what, chat? While we didn't finish this map, but that's a good round to end on, in my opinion, because I have to head out and get dinner. I have to eat dinner with my wife, so that's going to be it for today. But we'll watch a little bit more of Japan, and we'll watch the regions that we didn't get to today. So we'll watch Thailand next week sometime as well. But of course, next week we'll have more co-streams of Korea, maybe even some of the not broadcasted games on Friday as well. I will be posting my schedule as I do every week. Give me a second here. But just as a preview, next week, maybe Monday, actually, we can do some VOD review. And then, yeah, I'm waiting to hear confirmation about Masters Madrid. So we'll see. If I can't do the co-stream in English, hopefully I can do it in Korean, and then I can do like short VOD reviews before each day's matches of the previous day. So we'll do that. But next week it'll probably be like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then if I get Masters, then we'll do Masters through and through. So that's the idea. But thanks so much for dropping by. Thank you to all the new people who joined the channel today, both on Twitch and YouTube. Really appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm really glad that we can just talk more Valorant, and it helps me a lot too. Again, I'm doing a big part of why I'm doing these is just so I can get much better at my casting and analysis as well. So I always appreciate it. Hope you guys have a good one. Hope you guys enjoy the weekend. Whichever regions you're following, enjoy the matches. Play some fun Valorant. I've heard the new Battle Pass is okay. I don't know, actually. I still haven't checked it out. Maybe I'll check that out tonight. But otherwise, I will see you all next week. Have a good one.